The Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
The only rule is that your enemies don't walk away.
Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain.
I make problems disappear. You may want to rethink this little encounter. I love what I do. My enemies won't. How about I just end this?
An enemy has been slain.
The words on their tombstone.
Double kill.
So close.
Too fast. Too good.
You have slain an enemy.
I am my own master, just the way I like it.
An ally has been slain.
No more meditation or masters.
An ally has been slain.
The old ways just don't work. Can't stop what's coming. Magic's fine. Steel's better. It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the dying. Everyone's got a weakness. That's my trait. I'm not here to make friends. I work alone. It's better for everyone.
Have been slain.
You need your cloud, right? Yeah.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Nah.
I got a pack full of trouble and nothing but time. I can do this all day. I'm right here. Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
Easy kill. Yeah.
If they're smart, they're scared. Gonna carve my own path. Quick and deadly. Hold spear and turn.
Killing spree.
Can't stop me.
An ally has been slain.
He just left me, huh?
They can't stop me.
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Heard you.
Your team has destroyed a turret. enemy has been slain.
No one tells me what to do. Not anymore.
Rampage. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Wars are messy. My kills are clean.
Shut down.
Playtime's over.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
Let's go. Feel me now.
An ally has been slain.
You can never have.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. You have slain an enemy.
Mark acquired and eliminated.
Yeah, you didn't get slowed down. Shut up.
Calma or Chimera. Depends how I'm feeling.
You could just see me. The damage taken away. Oop.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay, that one was messy.
An ally has been slain.
Skill and steel will get the job done.
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
Restraint's not really my thing.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You will
Your
not stop.
team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Why'd you throwing tubs at me, you dumb bitch?
Killing spree.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Rampage.
The words on their tombstones.
Enemy double kill.
Bummer.
Rampage.
Huh.
Lesson learned. I am my own master, just the way I like it.
An ally has been slain.
No more meditation or
An
mastery.
enemy has been slain.
You're done.
Shut down.
The old ways just don't work. Time to snap out the light.
Has slain an enemy.
Can't stop what's coming.
Your turret has been destroyed. Unstoppable.
Magic's fine. Feels better.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
It's about who's doing the damage. Still feeling confident? Should have run. I'm not here to make friends. I work alone. It's better for everyone.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Killing spree. Enemy triple kill.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up. If they're smart,
Your turret has been destroyed.
gonna carve my own path. Cold steel and a target. I was just warming up. Try to keep up.
An enemy has been slain.
Let them see. They can't stop.
An ally has been slain. An enemy is dominating. Enemy double kill.
Can't stop me. They can't stop me. I'm taking track.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Don't waste your anger. Channel it. Yours are messy. Okay. Playtime's over. You can never have too many kunai. There are over 300 pressure points on the human body. No one can protect them all.
You have slain an enemy.
Smoked them. Let's have some fun.
An enemy is legendary. Shut down.
Kama or
You have been slain.
Okay, that one was messy.
Shut down.
Skill and steel will get the job done. Okay, this I got.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Let's end this.
An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Killing spree.
You will not stop me.
An ally has been slain. Rampage. An enemy has been slain.
Echo died twice. How the fuck did that happen?
I make problems disappear.
Shut down.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Enemy double kill.
Now there's a smell you can feel.
You have slain an enemy.
Oh, you're gonna bleed. How about I just end this?
Your turret has been destroyed.
The words on their tombstones will be my new
An
mantra.
ally has been slain.
I am my own master, just the way I like it. No more meditation or masters.
Shut down. Enemy killing spree. Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
Too fast. Too
Your
good.
inhibitor has been destroyed. Enemy rampage. Your turret has been destroyed. Defeat.
I decide what the tide will bring.
Fear the assassin with no master. time to do what's gotta be done.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
No one tells me what to do. Not anymore. Your window to run away is closing. Too fast. Too good. This won't take long.
First blood.
That's right. Payback hits hard. Let's go. It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the dying. I got a pack full of trouble and nothing but time. I'm gonna
An enemy has been slain.
Even Zed would be impressed.
An ally has been slain.
Let's have some fun. How about I just end this? The words on their tombstones will be my new mantras. I'm not here to make friends. I am my own master, just the way I like it.
Ah.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
Eh. Boop. Boop. Boop.
I work alone. It's better for everyone.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Gonna carve my own path.
You have slain an enemy.
They had it coming. Restraint's not really my thing. Let's end this. You will not stop me. Playtime's over.
Oh.
Can't stop what's coming.
You got me. Or you not see my health by being stupid?
Killing spree.
I make problems disappear. The Kinku couldn't control me. I knew he wouldn't.
Rampage.
Magic's fine. Steel's better.
Killing spree. An
Perfect
ally has been
execution.
slain.
deftly I travel, swiftly we die. You're done. I love what I do. My enemies won't. See ya! Cold steel and a target are all I need.
Yeah, that's true.
Come on, I dare ya.
Ally has been
Take it.
slain. Shut down. Shut down. Unstoppable.
Lesson learned. The old ways just don't work.
An ally has been slain.
Let them see me. They can't stop me.
Dominating.
Feel me now. Kama or Kamui. Depends how I'm feeling. Skill and steel will get the job done. They can't stop me. I mean, they can try.
Godlike.
No more meditation or masters. If they're smart, they're scared. No one tells me what to do. Not anymore.
An ally has been slain.
It's about usually done. Action has consequences.
been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
I was just warming up.
Oop. Oop.
How about I just end this? The words on their tombstones will be my new mantras.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm not here to make friends. I am my own master, just the way I like it.
Your turret has been destroyed. You have been slain.
Oop.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
That one was messy.
28. That's what it would have been, but they missed my input. There we go.
There are over 300 pressure points on the human body. No one can protect them all.
Shut down.
Wars are messy. My turn.
An ally has been slain.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
An enemy has been slain.
Watch your back.
An ally has been slain. Double kill. Shut down.
I work alone. It's better for everyone.
Enemy rampage. Your turret has been destroyed.
Gonna carve my own path. Try to keep up.
See how the harassment goes from game to game? They're following you in every fucking game, bro. It's gross.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Okay. You will not stop.
Shut down. Enemy double kill. Killing spree.
Bummer.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Don't waste the anger. Channel it.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Oh, I got you. Even though it's not my phone, dumbass. Oop. Oop. There it is. Oop. Yeah, I like this
Can't
song.
stop what's coming. I make problems disappear.
Yep. Felt the bullshit coming. Yep. Whatever, you
Magic's
know.
fine.
It happens.
Steel's better.
Oop.
You have slain an enemy. Slain. Enemy rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Lesson learned.
An enemy has been slain.
Now,
Many foes, one
a shot.
Shut down. Shut down. Shut down.
I was just warming up.
Oop.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
You can never have too
Oop.
many kunai.
Ah. Oop.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Oop. Perfect. Oop. I like that song.
Better break. Cold steel and a target are all I need. Can't stop me.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
I could do this all day.
Shut down. Enemy triple kill. Enemy quadra kill.
The old ways just don't work.
Has been destroyed. You have slain an enemy. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Use and skill every time.
Oop.
Forget balance. This is the ground. Only good enough to use it down. Let them see me. They can't stop me.
An enemy has been slain.
Depends how I'm
An
feeling.
enemy is unstoppable. Shut down.
Why are you attacking her?
Skill and steel will get the job done. They can't stop me. They can try. No more meditation or masters. Don't hold back. Should have run. They're smart. They're scared.
Destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Quick and deadly.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy double kill. Shut down. Defeat.
Fear the assassin with no master.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Finally. Let's do this.
Minions have spawned.
I love what I do. My enemies. Quick and deadly. Kama or kunai. Depends how I'm feeling.
First blood. An ally has been slain.
I make problems disappear. I'm right here. Okay, this I got. Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
Executed. An enemy has been slain.
If you look dangerous, you better be dangerous. You may want to rethink this little encounter. You will not stop. Gonna carve my own path.
Oop. Ain't that funny? Oop.
Cold steel and a target are all I
Oop.
need.
Oop. Oop.
Magic's fine. Steel's better.
An ally has been slain.
I am my own master. work alone. It's better for everyone. Skill and steel will get the job done. Playtime's over. The words on their tombstones will be my new mantras. Restraint's not really my thing. He doesn't expect what I do.
Enemy has been slain.
I got a pack full of trouble and nothing but time. Too fast, too good. No more meditation or masters.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
They can't stop me.
You have been slain.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna.
You have slain an enemy.
That's right. Payback hits hard.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm not here to make friends. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, my bad.
The old ways just don't work. Should have run.
An
Wars
enemy
are
has been slain.
My kills are clean.
Shut down.
They can't stop me. I mean, they can try.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
This won't take long. No one tells me what to do. Not anymore.
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the job.
Scum.
An enemy has been slain.
Kunai. I love what I do. My enemies won't.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Feel me now. Kama or kunai. Depends how I'm feeling.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Killing spree.
I can do this all day.
destroyed a turret. Rampage.
You're done. Where you are much of a challenge.
Unstoppable. Double kill.
Youth and skill, every time. Everyone dies. I just
You have been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Consume you.
Shut down.
lesson learned.
An ally has been slain. Dominating.
Enemies, so many knives.
Double kill. Triple kill. Shut down.
I'll make this look like magic.
An enemy has been slain.
You will not stop.
You have slain an enemy.
Gonna carve my own path. Cold steel and a target are all I need.
An enemy has been slain.
It's not the killing.
Double kill.
It's the cause.
Triple kill. An enemy has been slain. Quadra kill. Aced. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Magic's fine. Steel's better.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Try to keep up.
Unstoppable. Shut down.
Oop.
Fear the assassin with no master.
Oop. Oop.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Let's make this quick.
Minions have spawned.
Playtime's over. I was trying to kill since I could love it. No more meditation or nothing. Now, sickness is strong.
Double kill.
Okay. The only rule that matters is that your enemies don't walk away. Can't stop what's coming.
An ally has been slain.
way I like it.
An enemy has been slain.
Kama or kunai. Depends how I'm feeling. No one tells me what to do. Not anymore. Feel me now. Skill and steel will get the job done. Actions have consequences. Let them see me. They can't stop me. Magic's fine. Steel's better. The old ways just don't work.
An enemy has been slain.
Gonna carve my own path.
You have slain an enemy.
Youth and skill, every time. Wars are messy. My hands are clean. Come on, I dare ya. Yeah.
An ally has been slain.
Got him. No! Yeah!
Escapes my aim. Don't waste the anger. Channel it.
What will be best for this situation, Lee?
Everyone's got a weakness. That's mine.
Killing spree.
Restraint's not really my thing. I work alone. It's better for everyone.
Ain't it where you face Varus top lane, he destroys you. Now that's, I'm just saying. They be fucking with the damage and it'd be no fun. It ruins the game.
Ally has been slain.
Okay, that one was messy. The Kinku couldn't control me. I do what they wouldn't.
Rampage.
If they're smart, they're scared.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Let's end this. Lesson learned.
Yeah. Very strong, bro. Like people keep sending prayers. Like, cool, thanks, appreciate it.
Have too many kunai.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh, you're gonna bleed. The words on your tombstones will be my new mantras.
Shut down.
I was just warming up.
Killing spree.
I got a pack full of trouble and nothing
Your
but time.
team has destroyed a turret.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Ah,
disappear.
I don't know. Eh.
Dominating.
So I taking my time on my ride. Oh, I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Taking my time on my ride. Ooh.
Shut down.
Watch. If you look dangerous, you better be dangerous. The Fist of Shadow was my mom. I do things differently.
An enemy has been slain.
Quick and deadly.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Alright,
Time's over.
gotta stay on point, right?
No more meditation or masters.
So is that thumbs up that they're gonna kill me? Ooh, that should be fun. Wonder how they're gonna do it. Oh, gunshot. Alright, so nothing to worry about. 174-88 Eastgate Drive.
Shut down.
Okay.
Wow. Like, seriously, it's the music. The music you choose, right? Boop. And then boop.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
There we go. It'll get it right eventually. Just gotta hit him enough times, right?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh no, we lost spot.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Can't stop what's coming.
You have slain an enemy.
I'm not here to make friends.
Meh.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
This won't take long. Let's go.
Uh-huh. Nah.
An enemy has been slain.
Hey, I'm sure you do. Springville.
So many enemies, so many knives.
That stays. That was a really good song. That was a really good song.
It's not the killing I'm about. It's the
Nah,
cause.
too old.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, this I got.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Too fast. Too good.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Eh.
Enemy rampage. Your turret has been destroyed.
Don't waste the anger. Channel it. Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
slain. Shut down.
Let's have some fun.
Enemy double kill. Double kill. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Depends how I'm feeling.
Ooh, that was fun.
No one tells me what to do. Not anymore.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Try to keep up. Better bring it. Skill and steel will get the job done. Let them see me. They can't stop me.
An enemy has been slain.
Magic's fine. Steel's better.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Enemy killing spree.
don't work.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Feel me now. Gonna carve my own path.
I get it.
Has been slain.
Okay, that one was messy.
An ally has been slain.
Restraint's not.
Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Don't hold back. Let's end this.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I work alone. It's better for everyone. It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the dying.
Shut down.
Bro, the entire team is top and the bottom inhib is just open and they're just
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down. slain.
Sees a reckoning.
Shut down. Double kill. An ally has been slain.
Then your enemies don't walk away.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
There's that. You came a long way.
Enemy killing spree.
Killing's different.
I was just warming up. If they're smart, they're scared.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, you're gonna bleed.
Enemy double kill. You have slain an enemy.
You're done.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage. Shut down.
Cold steel and a target are all I need.
You have been slain.
Okay. You can never have too many kunai. The words on their tombstones will be my new mantras.
slain. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy triple kill.
Too fast, too good. Right between the eyes. How about I just end this? Everyone's got a weakness. That's my target. I can do this all day.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy triple kill.
Let's have some fun.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Try to keep up.
Lights out. We've lost.
You will not stop me.
That's a 6-minute song. Yeah, you're good.
Playtime's over.
Ah, well, here, I'll help you out.
No more meditation or masters.
Oh, yeah. Whoops. Boop.
Defeat.
Boop. Could you make a claim for segregation? At this point, yeah. Hey, we can go there. Come on. Waiting on you guys. Right? Now. I'll get this. Ooh, like it's again segregation at the end of the day. All right. Amen. Caused all this shit, correct? Amen. Boop, 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 boop. Ah. Hey.
Fear the assassin with no master.
Come on, you'll get it right. I believe in you. Come on. Eh.
you beautiful bastards? Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news, and I got an extra large show for you today. So how about you buckle up, hit that like button, otherwise we'll punch you in the throat, and let's jump into it. Starting with, in big internet and business drama news, we need to talk about Kick, right? And they're the streaming platform that's kind of known for two things. One, it's where seemingly a lot of people go when they get kicked off of the other platforms. And two, they have just thrown down so much damn money for streamers. I mean, we're talking about reportedly millions and millions of dollars luring some of the biggest names over to the platform. But now they're in the news for a completely new reason, because you had a former Kick employee by the name of Melissa posting a video with some serious accusations about the company's leadership and staff. With Melissa in the video talking about how hostile the culture of the company is as a whole.
There was just a consistent disrespect to other people's opinions and beliefs. And this went as far as to just consistently hearing the F slur. And not even just in jest, like as a joke, it was specifically, targeted towards people that it was supposed to discriminate against. Even so much as to walk past the socials room, the guys that run the, Kick streaming and Kick community, and hear the N-word just dropped. Hard R. And I'm like, what is this office? How? And they had the executive, like the upper management was in the room.
But they're also claiming that staff members would do things like laughing as they deliberately misgendered trans streamers. So Melissa is saying that her decision to actually leave came down to two incidents that happened in her final weeks. One involved the case of a streamer with special needs whose contract was up for renewal. And when Melissa followed up with the streamer's point of contact at Kick to check how it was going, she said,
when I asked about this streamer's contract renewal, he had a smirk on his face and goes, I decimated his rate. And this was apparently hilarious because everybody else in the room laughed. I said, well, what did you put it down to? And he proceeded to then brag about the fact that he got him on a below market cent rate for an English streamer.
Then as far as the other incident that led to Melissa leaving, she said it was in relation to a meeting regarding a specific unnamed streamer.
Just for context, this particular streamer had been publicly battling cancer recently. So they decided to utilize that in their strategy to get this person over. The conversation very quickly became quite sinister. The quote that I remember hearing was, we can get her on Kick streaming steak for a relatively low price because she probably thinks she's going to die soon and she'll want to leave more money for her family.
With Melissa then going on to talk about children's safety on Kick and the way the company allegedly mishandled that, and claiming they don't even know their own policies.
Before I got there was no verification process for if somebody was underage. And so funny because by the time I left, me and compliance had put together a process, and because I was pushing it so hard, I'm like, we cannot allow anybody under 13 to stream. Now, nobody knew this, by the way.
The rules hold
because
you
I guess
back.
when you copy
Leave 'em for
Twitch's
someone who
TOS
needs 'em.
verbatim, and then you just get some random guy in the office to change, the wording, none of the staff know the terms of service. So a lot of people were just like, nah, she can stream even if she's 6 years old because, she'll have her dad near her or whatever. And it's like, no, that's actually not the case. She cannot be on the platform. And she cannot hold her own account.
Melissa also going on to allege how she was personally mistreated during her time at the
30
company and
seconds until
afterwards,
minions
saying that it got to the
spawn.
point that she felt she had to post her resignation letter on X last week. The company's co-founder, Ed Craven, then even responded, with Ed apologizing for not getting to know her better and asking for some examples of the issues that she experienced, saying that his DMs are open and HR is always available to her. Which Melissa responded that he wasn't interested when her problems were actually happening, and he only cares now because he's in damage control mode. And, following all this, we've seen some big reactions from some pretty big names in the streaming space. This including commentator and big streamer himself, Hassan Piker, saying,
here's the thing,
Minions
everybody.
have spawned.
Ultimately, the same test exists for Kick as it does for every other streaming platform. Would people go there and voluntarily stream there for free? If the answer is no, then there is no long-term commitment to growing the platform. Doesn't mean that Twitch doesn't have its fair share of problems. Of course it does. It's just that, at least it's not a platform that is genuinely trying to market itself as the place to go to when you get banned out of every other platform for doing sometimes crimes, like literal crimes. When the bag dries up, you will see what streamers truly feel about this platform.
and then specifically regarding Melissa's story regarding the streamer with cancer, he said,
When you think about it, I feel like that kind of bloodless opportunism is somewhat expected from any kind of corporation, I guess. It's even pretty gross.
So notably,
I love
you
what
also
I
had
do.
other streamers on the other side of this, like XQC, who, it is a key thing, received what was reportedly a non-exclusive $100 million contract with Kick last year, with him defending the platform, or him linking Melissa's story about the streamer with cancer to the Twitch streamer Kaide, with her having shared her experience with acute myeloid leukemia throughout last year, and XQC saying that Kick and Steak told him that there had been no talks with Kaide, saying,
I asked, there was no communication done to Kaide from Kick or Steak. I even sent people to go investigate on the Kick part because apparently it could have been Kick. I even asked to go investigate if anybody at Kick ever said anything to Kaide, and I didn't get anything.
So notably there for now, as of filming, we haven't seen any response from Kaide, but we have from the special needs streamer Melissa mentioned, with that seemingly being Jake Future 27, who said Kick never lowered his deal, and Melissa then responding, "I'm sorry for having you involved in this. I did, however, relay a conversation that was definitely had. I'm unsure if my video changed their mind or not, but I'm just glad you've gotten to keep your contract." And we saw Kick's leadership also honing in on the fact that Melissa really didn't provide any hard evidence to back up her claims.
If evidence is ever presented, we will 100%. We take the allegations seriously. We're continuing to investigate them internally. And this is with despite, like, you know, evidence being presented. So that's something that's very, very important to this team, that it doesn't matter that these are allegations. What matters is getting down to, is this stuff really happening?
But he went on to say that none of these complaints have been brought up internally. But, you know, with all that said, I got to pass the question off to you. Where do you land on this? What are you thinking? And then, if you're making or even posting fake AI porn, in the very near future, you may be getting real-life fucked. And that's because today, you had a bipartisan group of senators led by Ted Cruz rolling out legislation that would crack down on deepfake revenge porn, with them wanting to make it a federal crime to publish non-consensual intimate imagery, or NCII. And in addition to making it illegal to knowingly post this content online, the bill would also require social media companies to develop procedures to remove this kind of content within 48 hours of receiving valid notification from a victim, with it also mandating that the platforms make, quote, reasonable efforts to remove copies of the images. And in the press release outlining the measure, lawmakers argued that this bill is necessary to close enforcement gaps and create a uniform federal process for removing AI porn and prosecuting those who post it. Or with it explaining that while almost all states have some kind of law protecting people from revenge porn, only 20 explicitly cover deepfakes. And then even the states that do have laws on the books, they have different classifications for the crimes and the penalties, resulting in uneven prosecution. And this is the victims of AI porn have repeatedly struggled to have images removed without specific federal rules for social media companies in place. And beyond that, you have the sponsors of this new proposal arguing that the laws that are in place right now at the federal level, they do not go far enough. Because Congress passed legislation 2 years ago creating a civil cause of action for victims to sue people who publish revenge porn. But this bipartisan group, they argue it's ineffective. And there, I mean, it's hard to argue that the laws aren't inadequate. I mean, it feels like every other week we're talking about another celebrity who's been the target of AI porn. But it seems like everyone's been hit. Taylor Swift, Billie Eilish, Jenna Ortega, Pokimane, but also it's not limited to just famous people. Regular everyday people and even minors have fallen victim. And this isn't like anecdotal, it's not just perception. There are actual stats that back up the recent boom of this kind of content. With, for example, an analysis done by Wired finding 244,625 deepfake porn videos being uploaded to top websites in the last 7 years. So a key thing there is nearly half of all those videos were uploaded just in the first 9 months of last year. And a report from Home Security Heroes finding producers of AI porn increased their output by 464% year over year just in 2023 alone. But here's the thing, this is just a bill. It is being proposed. We do not know if it's going to pass. And I say that because up to this point, lawmakers have really failed to address this in a meaningful way. And in general, what we've seen are them introducing competing bills and stepping on each other's toes. I mean, literally just last week, one of the Republican sponsors of this new bill blocked another bipartisan proposal that would have allowed victims of non-consensual deepfakes to sue people who had created, possessed, or distributed the content. Right, so there seems to be an agreement that something needs to be passed here, but what? Is it this? Is this the winner? Or is this just another part of the cycle where we just say things and then we fight and then nothing happens? And then, so is this man right here a courageous whistleblower or a law-breaking right-wing hack? That is what a lot of people are arguing about right now, and your answer is probably going to depend on how you feel about the controversy surrounding Texas Children's Hospital in Houston. Because back in February of 2022, State Attorney General Ken Paxton declared that gender-affirming care for minors is child abuse under the Texas Family Code in a legal opinion. And although the courts blocked him from investigating parents for getting their trans kids treatment, the threat of all this was enough to scare Texas Children's Hospital, which is the largest pediatric hospital in the U.S., to announce that it would cease gender-affirming hormone therapies, with them citing potential legal liability. But then that is where Dr. Eitan Haim comes in, right? Because Haim, who was doing his residency there at the time, claims that the hospital continued prescribing puberty blockers to minors despite its public pronouncement, with him the following year logging into its online portal and accessing the personal health records of patients who were not under his care. Right? Because he wasn't involved in the transgender care program, he was training to be a general surgeon, with him then taking these documents, which reportedly included patients' names, names, physician names, and treatment codes for several children and gave them to a conservative activist by the name of Christopher Rufo. And then, without naming Haim, Rufo published this story, with him leading with the angle that this hospital was secretly ushering kids down the transgender conveyor belt toward irreversible mutilation.
It's a process of psychological, physiological, and metaphysical manipulation.
With us then seeing the next day the Texas legislature voting to ban gender-affirming care for minors, with Haim eventually revealing his identity in January and making it very clear that he is opposed to all gender-affirming care, whether done publicly or not.
Instead of telling these kids that they're perfect the way they are, that growing up is hard and they can grow up to be something amazing, they're telling them to adopt this false identity that is based off their own self-hatred.
But now what we're seeing with all this is that he's been indicted on 4 counts of violating HIPAA because he allegedly accessed private patient records under false pretenses and without authorization, with him then handing them over to a media contact, though he claims he redacted any personal information, and he argues that he's just a whistleblower being politically persecuted by the Biden administration, which is also the line being taken by a long list of conservative media outlets that are having him on their shows to talk about what they describe as the horrors of transgender healthcare. But this is on the other side, you have people arguing he is not a whistleblower, he's just a criminal. And with that, saying that whistleblowers, they expose illegal or unethical behavior, but he did neither, right? Because at the time, gender-affirming care was perfectly legal. And arguing that even if the hospital contradicted its public statement, that doesn't prove that it acted with any malice toward children. So of course, I'd love to know your thoughts and your opinions on this, but either way, Haim is currently facing up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 maximum fine. Though notably, he's already raised more than $650,000 from his supporters to pay legal bills. And so for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how this plays out. And then, I'm a dog person, and our dogs are a huge part of our family. And just like I care about the food that my kids eat, the same goes for my dogs. And the fantastic sponsor of the PDS, Sundays, is fresh dog food that we use. Right, co-founded by a practicing veterinarian, Sundays is made from a short list of human-grade ingredients containing 90% meat, 10% veggies, and 0 synthetic nutrients. I mean, seriously, our dogs are obsessed with this food. They see the box, and it is the same response as when we give them treats. And the treat for us is the convenience of home delivery. It is just so helpful. And get this, Sundays uses an air dry process, so unlike other fresh dog food, it doesn't require refrigeration. You just pour and serve, and it's super easy to store. And dog parents have reported noticeable health improvements in their pups, including softer fur, fresher breath, better poop, and more energy when switching to Sundays. And also, did I mention that it costs 40% less than other healthy dog food brands? So y'all, just go to sundaysfordogs.com/Phil to get 50% off your first order of Sundays. Yeah, that's 50% off.
Again, they're in my computer, so they're gonna time it perfectly every time, right? It's a little obnoxious. Also seeing how they got it laid out. So I wonder who's going to fill this spot. Who's going to be the next champ? And again, it's a little out of order since I have some champs too. So let's... It's still there. Again, who's going to fill that spot?
Off your first order of dog food with human-grade ingredients. Sundaysfordogs.com/Phil, and your dog will be happy you did. And then, ever since legalizing recreational marijuana, California has prided itself on ensuring that the stuff is safe, it's regulated, and ideally got that good stank, so that when someone goes, "Oh, smell this," I go, "Oh yeah, I guess it's good." It's an indica, it's a sativa, it's gonna put me to sleep. But now, an investigation by the LA Times alongside industry professionals found that weed across the state's actually plagued with dangerous chemicals that far exceed legal limits despite stiff regulations on paper. This including stuff like chlorphenapir, which is an insecticide where any amount is considered unsafe in weed, as well as bifenazate, which was found at 237 times the safe limit and is believed to cause reproductive issues and mess with endocrine receptors. And those two were just the tip of the iceberg. In total, 29 chemicals were found that far far exceeded safe limits, and 45 toxic chemicals were found overall. But also, one of the wild things here is that California regulators have actually known about these results for a while now, but actually not because their labs caught it. Instead, it's because private labs like Infinite Chemical Analysis Labs, they had been testing the products on their own and complaining to the department about how contaminated the weed was. They tested 42 products that were previously deemed safe, and they had drastically different results, causing their CEO to try and get regulators to act last year. But the end result there was that out of the 42 dangerous products tested, only a single one was recalled, and 3 others were just quietly removed from shelves. And so the CEO then tried to escalate the issue by directly emailing Governor Gavin Newsom, saying those failing products alone represented 150,000 packages of flowers, vapes, or pre-rolls for sale to unsuspecting consumers, with that then resulting in another recall, but everything else was still out there on shelves despite the brands now for sure knowing the dangers of these chemicals. Right, take Stizzy, for example. They're the biggest weed brand in the state. We saw them defend their products having dangerous compounds at extremely unsafe levels by saying, "We adhere to all standards and limits set by the state of California, which is some of the strictest testing requirements and pesticide limits in the country." Which, yeah, is kind of true. Like on paper, California definitely has those rules, but as we've seen, regulators relax about testing. Not to mention, they haven't kept up with the times, where they're currently required to test 66 different chemicals. But that list hasn't actually been updated since 2018, and that's despite requests from pesticide regulators who have more actively kept up with how cultivation practices have shifted over the years. Or which is to say, there are now new chemicals that aren't on that list. You've got things like the fungicide fenvalerate. That's got the fun, proven side effect, lower sperm count. It's actually been prohibited in the US since 2008. You've also got pymetrozine, which was found in Stizzy products at over 60 times the legally safe limit. That's a fun, known carcinogen that causes hormone problems as it mimics their shape in the body. And it's gonna really stress how important proper testing is on the final finished products. Or because the reality is that a lot of these chemicals enter the market due to how weed is sourced in California. So while sometimes legal suppliers use those chemicals, it's most often weed sourced from the gray and black markets, which flatly ignore rules about what pesticides to use and whether they're even legal. And for them, they often want to use the most efficient pesticides, even if they are extremely dangerous for humans, which is why they smuggle them from China. And one of the biggest issues surrounding all this is how the agencies are set up, as well as the breakdown of interagency action. California has an agency that does some of the most rigorous testing about pesticides, but they point out that the ability to recall products and test products themselves, that rests solely on the Department of Cannabis Control. And you've got insiders within the department telling the LA Times that there's a general lack of willpower to rock the boat too much because of the importance of not...
Can we just play the game? Is that a thing we can do? Again, I'm just watching YouTube videos and they're going to be syncing up with whatever I play, but seriously. Or are these fake people? Am I playing with AI? Good old computers.
Not disrupting the market. Though I will say there is some good news here. This report now seems to have sparked some sort of action, right? Because
Bots. Like, seriously,
shortly after it
get the
came
fuck out of here. You call me out specifically?
Now, officially, they didn't say why, but it seems pretty fucking damning. And on top of that, when these outlets started asking the agency questions back in January as part of their investigation, dispensaries started getting notices about new recalls. Although that kind of missed the mark, as those recalls were because of mold and misleading claims, not because of their dangerous chemicals. Also, for the Californians out there, or if you got your hands on any Cali weed and you want to see how dirty it is, I'm going to link down below. They have a table that you can search, and it'll tell you what chemicals are in there and whether it's beyond safe limits. And as for the agency, I mean, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens from here, because it seems like their job, right, keeping consumers safe, it appears that they have fundamentally failed at that. And then Adobe has trapped its customers, and we are going to make them pay for it. That is the message the Department of Justice has now put out there. Right? And Adobe, for those that might not know, is the company behind just so much creative software. Right? Photo, design, video. Adobe's got it. It was also not just Adobe getting sued by the US government. You've also got execs like David Wadhwani, as well as Maninder Sani being named as defendants. So there, most of the allegations related to the individuals have been redacted from the version of the complaint that's been released.
I got you guys.
So notably there, as it connects to the core story, that public version still identified Wadhwani as one of the chief architects behind Adobe's pivot to a subscription-based model. And that's a key thing, because Adobe's allegedly deceptive practices around its subscription model, that's what this is all about. The DOJ and FTC alleging that for years, Adobe has harmed consumers by enrolling them in its default, most lucrative subscription plan without clearly disclosing important plan terms. Which, you know, if you've ever had an Adobe subscription and you tried to cancel it, you'd know exactly what they mean. But for everyone else, basically, when you sign up to a monthly subscription to Adobe software, you're agreeing to a year-long commitment. If you want to break that commitment, you'll get charged an early termination fee, or an ETF, that can amount to hundreds of dollars. And according to the complaint, Adobe clearly disclosed discloses the ETF only when subscribers attempt to cancel, turning it into a powerful retention tool that traps consumers in subscriptions they no longer want. With the document also noting that when you sign up, Adobe hides these terms in the fine print and behind optional text boxes and hyperlinks, with one of the big claims there being that these disclosures are intentionally designed to go unnoticed. And then going even further, they claim that Adobe, quote, deters cancellations by employing an onerous and complicated cancellation process, including by surprising you with that ETF that you probably didn't even know you agreed to. Right? So another side effect of this whole complicated process is that you have subscribers believing, hey, I successfully canceled this, but then they just continue to get charged, with them then only realizing that they're still getting charged when they look at their bank accounts months later. Now, of course, on the other side of this, you have Adobe denying, releasing a statement saying we are transparent with the terms and conditions of our subscription agreements and have a simple cancellation process, and saying that they plan to fight the allegations in court. So also, I'll say an important thing with this whole situation is to note that this is not the first time this has happened to a company. Right? Last year, for example, the FTC sued Amazon for making it hard for customers to terminate their Prime memberships. But we'll have to wait to see what happens, though I don't know if there's going to be a lot of people rooting for Adobe right now. It's just based off of a few other things that have happened recently. I think they have lost a lot of goodwill with their customers. And then watching President Biden try to handle immigration and what's happening at the southern border right now, it feels a little bit like watching someone lose their virginity. Like, he seems to be trying his best, but he is all over the place. I mean, we talked about it a few weeks ago, but we saw Biden doing kind of a 180, signing an order allowing him to temporarily shut the southern border and cutting off long-standing protections for asylum seekers, things he had previously condemned during his 2020 campaign. It was widely seen as an effort to court voters on a hot-button issue that Republicans have been slamming him on. But that decision got a ton of backlash from progressives and immigration activists. You had people accusing him of betraying campaign promises for more humane border policies. And so now what it appears he's doing is he's trying to strike more of a balance on immigration and appease those voter bases as well. Because just weeks after imposing what the New York Times described as the most restrictive border policy instituted by Mr. Biden or any other modern Democrat, the president has now enacted a policy that the outlet called one of the most expansive presidential actions to protect immigrants in more than a decade. With just today, the president announcing sweeping new protections for nearly 500,000 undocumented immigrants who are married to U.S. citizens but haven't gotten a green card, which is a process that is lengthy and complex, especially for people who initially entered the country illegally. And if you're not familiar, under American law, immigrants who married Americans but entered the U.S. without a visa are required to leave the U.S. and return to their home countries for up to 10 years before they can apply to come back, something that puts their lives in a limbo for as long as a decade and separates them from their families. But under this new executive action, eligible undocumented spouses would be allowed to apply for green cards without leaving the country, with the Biden administration giving them 3 years to apply and granting them permits to work legally in the U.S. in the meantime. Though very notably here, not everyone is eligible, because this actually only applies to folks who have lived in the U.S. for 10 years, been married to an American citizen as of June 17th, and do not have a criminal record. But still, we're talking about a lot of people, with administration officials estimating this will apply to roughly half of the estimated 1.1 million undocumented immigrants married to Americans. And also big, it'll apply to around 50,000 non-citizen children of undocumented spouses under the age of 21 who have become stepchildren of U.S. citizens. And then even beyond that, Biden announced that he'll also be enacting a work visa program for DACA recipients, right? Dreamers, people who are brought to the U.S. as children. With that making it easier for dreamers to get work visas if they have higher education degrees and have been offered a job from an employer in a field related to their degree.
So literally, it's barred but school. Can't afford to go to college. I got no money, but it's whatever. Goated, right?
Some absolutely major moves on Biden's part here. And notably, it's a move that experts say could actually help Biden in swing states like Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia, with each of those home to more than 100,000 voters and households with mixed immigration status. And so with this, we've seen different reactions like that of Nevada Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, who wrote an op-ed this week arguing that protecting undocumented spouses will help the economy in her state, also adding it's the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. But on the other side of this, as you'd expect, a ton of conservatives are mad about this move, something potentially undermining any goodwill Biden may have garnered with his decision to temporarily close the border earlier this month. And then I'm just going to open up with a headline here that the fantastic partner, the PDS Beam Dream, has the best offer going on for a very short time for you beautiful bastards. 45% off for the next 48 hours. I've been using Dream for years, and I really like that it peppermint with right bark. In years, one of the things I've seen on the left, the right, in between, in all aspects, are people blaming algorithms. And the thing is, depending on what they're talking about, they're not always wrong. Which is why today, I want to talk about something that's commonly referred to as algorithmic price fixing, or algorithm collusion. Right, so price fixing is basically when competitors collude to raise, lower, maintain, or stabilize prices or price levels. But the key thing about that being it is illegal, because it undermines competition and innovation, and it just hurts consumers. But a big part of this conversation now is that thanks to pricing algorithms, it's much easier for companies to engage engage in this type of behavior. And that's because competitors, they no longer have to meet in secret to hatch some price-fixing conspiracy. Hell, they don't even have to communicate. They just have to use a common pricing algorithm. And to give you a better idea of exactly how this works, let me tell you about some concerns that were laid out by Senator Amy Klobuchar. She sent a letter this year to the Justice Department and the Federal Trade Commission. And in it, she specifically emphasized the issue of algorithms in the healthcare marketplace, describing how firms may be using algorithmic tools to undermine competition and push additional costs onto patients that receive healthcare out of their insurance. And with that, highlighting recent reporting by the New York Times on a firm called Multiplan, which is this little-known data analytics firm that works with major insurers like United Healthcare, Cigna, and Aetna. And notably, it promises to help contain medical costs using fair and independent analysis. But in reality, Klobuchar, as well as experts in antitrust law, say that Multiplan has an arrangement with health insurers that could amount to price fixing. Rather than having to compete to offer better coverage, insurers can use the prices recommended by Multiplan's algorithm, showing that their competitors are likely doing the same. And so notably with that, Multiplan's reach is massive. Because in addition to United Healthcare, Cigna, and Aetna, the company reportedly works with Kaiser Permanente, Humana, and some Blue Cross Blue Shield plans, with the firm estimating that its reach extends to more than 100,000 health plans covering more than 60 million people. And one of them, for example, was a woman by the name of Gail Lawson, where she got left with a $100,000 bill after a complex surgical procedure, with her doctor only getting reimbursed by her insurer for around $5,000. And that's despite the fact that she is paying hundreds of dollars every month for insurance precisely to avoid this type of situation. And so to be clear, the people that are affected in this specific situation are people
Hey, there's a plane overhead.
on employer-sponsored healthcare plans getting out-of-network coverage. And to that point, I should note that there are a lot of reasons that someone might want to go to an out-of-network provider. The most commonly reported reasons being that the provider is in a more convenient.
I wonder, is that a flex on their part? Oh my god, look, we're in a helicopter. You know, I've always wanted to ride in a helicopter. I was on a boat one time. Wasn't the funnest experience, kind of dinky.
It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the dying.
Hold on. Just hold still.
Is higher quality or is perceived as being more affordable. But notably, it is often people with chronic or complex conditions that need to see out-of-network specialists, as well as people seeking mental health or substance abuse treatment. And what Multiplan does is using its proprietary algorithms is help the insurer figure out how much of the bill will be footed by the patient and how much will be paid by the employer. And so the difference between the total bill and how much the patient pays effectively amounts to a savings for the employer. And both Multiplan and the insurer make money by charging employers a processing fee that is a percentage of those savings, with Multiplan making notably almost all its revenue from these kind of fees, with there being this, quote, large and mostly hidden financial incentive to reimburse out-of-network medical providers as little as possible. So if a medical bill is $1,000 and Multiplan advises that you and your employer split the bill 50-50, they make around $35, while the insurer would make maybe $175. But if they instead say that you should pay $800 of the bill, then Multiplan and the insurer's profit soar. And actually, because of that incentive, the fees paid to an insurance company in Multiplan sometimes far exceeded the amount paid to providers who treated the patient. In one case, for example, Cigna took in nearly $4.5 million from employers for processing claims from 8 addiction treatment centers in California, whereas the centers themselves, they received only a little over $2.5 million. And again, with these profits facilitated by an algorithm. And in particular, it's this algorithm-based tool called Data Eyesight, which is known for consistently producing the lowest payment recommendation, and which has fueled Multiplan's growth more than anything. But with that, what makes it potentially illegal and not just unethical is that it could be considered an act of collusion. To that point, 3 hospital systems have already sued Multiplan, accusing it of colluding with major insurers to set unreasonably low payments for medical care. And while 1, the firm has denied the allegations of collusion, and 2, in a statement to the Times, said it was committed to helping make healthcare transparent, fair, and affordable for all, there is a real case against them. And that's because, according to the Times reporting, as Multiplan became deeply embedded with major insurers, it pitched new tools and techniques that yielded even higher fees. And crucially here, it also told insurers what unnamed competitors were doing, with one United Healthcare VP, for example, meeting with a Multiplan exec and then telling her colleagues that their competitors were using Multiplan's aggressive pricing options more broadly, and they could, quote, catch up. And according to law professor Barak Orbach, this should trigger an investigation by the agency. There seems to be a really strong case. To that point, while the FTC and Justice Department declined to comment on the Multiplan issue, both agencies have raised concerns in the past about similar arrangements in other industries. And so really, I mean, this Multiplan case, it just highlights growing concern among these agencies as well as some in Congress about algorithmic collusion. And actually with that, in March, the DOJ opened a criminal investigation into the property management software RealPage, which notably notably has been accused of facilitating price fixing in the housing market through its algorithms. And that company, along with its owner and dozens of property owners and managers, are already the target of a class action lawsuit brought by renters. And an important note is that other class action suits have actually been filed in other cases alleging algorithmic price fixing in the housing market and hotel industry. Also, I'll say as an aside, we're seeing things like the Italian government investigating the use of pricing algorithms for airline tickets. But anyways, the government's position has become clear, with one statement filed by the DOJ and FTC saying this: firms have evolved the mechanisms they use for reaching unlawful price fixing agreements. In-person handshakes gave way to phone and fax and later to email. Algorithms are the new frontier. And given the amount of information an algorithm can access and digest, this new frontier poses an even greater anti-competitive threat than the last. And adding, it makes no difference that prices are fixed through joint use of an algorithm instead of by a person. Automating an anti-competitive scheme does not make it less anti-competitive. But importantly, with that, that is just the legal position of the Justice Department. And what we're seeing is that judges don't necessarily agree. And in fact, some cases have been dismissed. So basically, the laws that we have in place may not be up to date with this so-called new frontier, which is why you see Klobuchar telling the Times, it's not clear whether current antitrust laws are sufficient to stop this practice. It is much better just to clarify this and to close the loophole. And that's why she and other lawmakers have introduced the Preventing Algorithmic Collusion Act this year, which would do things like presuming a price-fixing agreement when direct competitors share competitively sensitive information through a pricing algorithm, as well as requiring companies that use algorithms to set prices to disclose that fact and give antitrust enforcers the ability to audit the pricing algorithm. So it's going to be very interesting to see where these lawsuits and these investigations and where the legislation in Congress ends up. Because there are two things that are abundantly clear right now. One, the attention on this issue has recently stepped up. And two, that needs to increase. We need to see action because you and I, we are the ones truly paying the price. And then finally today, let's talk about yesterday. Right, a little commentary where we dive into the comments and talk about what y'all had to say. Starting with the leaked I'm Alex videos and the other allegations. With the top comment being, I'm Alex is 100% my finally, I have a reason to justify my previously vibes-based dislike of a person. Others saying the situation didn't shock them at all, and saying after the false allegations I'm Alex pushed against Slazo, I pretty much knew he was a terrible person. The fact that content creators like Mimulus, among others, stood by him after that is insane. And finally, you had people talking about the ex-girlfriend saying, people who say, why did you stay? Why didn't you just leave? Have never been in an abusive relationship. Saying they threatened to kill you or ruin your life or threaten themselves. It's so difficult to get out once you're too deep. Good of her to try and stop this from continuing to happen. And while most agreed with that statement, you had others chiming in saying, I'm 100% sure being threatened to be hurt or actually being hurt should be more than enough reason to leave any bad situation. Like, what more do you need than that? Though most of the reactions of that calling them a victim blamer and saying it's not simply leave, boo-hoo, it takes serious planning and support. Try leaving when you have no one to fall back with. It's near impossible. Talk on something you've done before instead of belittling something you very clearly don't understand. Also, another story that got a lot of attention yesterday was that deep dive into the PSYOP. Y'all saying things like, as a Filipino American, that Reuters story was upsetting and disturbing as hell to hear. We have so much family and many family friends that were affected by anti-vax nonsense, and knowing that at least a portion of it came from the Pentagon, while not surprising, I was still astounded by their complete disregard for Southeast Asian public well-being. Then, regarding the Caitlin Clark situation with the WNBA, many of y'all have put the blame on the media, saying things like Caitlin Clark has repeatedly responded to these calls with, that's part of the game, and a desire to move on. The fact that the media refuses to do so shouldn't be put on Clark or anyone she plays with or against. Does the media go ballistic with calls like this in the NBA, or are they trying to keep attention on the WNBA by any means necessary? And Heiko 8 saying, I've been a WNBA fan for years. What this feels like is that they've captured lightning in a bottle with Caitlin Clark's popularity, and media outlets are trying to stir up controversy to try and continue the WNBA's popularity, although it clearly causes more harm than good. And then, there's actually a lot more. There was a good spread of comments about all the different stories, so also if you haven't checked out yesterday's show, I highly recommend it. But I've already filled your brain with enough bad for the day, so that's where we're going to end today's show. Though do not worry, I will be back with your daily dose of brain poison tomorrow, because my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been tunes in, and I love
At least you're, transparent about it. Appreciate the love. Okay. Let's go back to the other brain poison.
They can't stop me. I'm
Dude.
they could try.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
The old ways are still gone.
yeah, gotta remember, stay on point.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Meh. I'll give it a shot. I don't know the lyrics. Oh, gotcha. I won't hold you.
Restraint's not really my thing. Better break.
An enemy has been slain.
If they're smart, they're scared.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
This won't take long.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Have been slain.
But that might kill me. Execution's calling.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay, that one was messy.
An ally has been slain.
There you are. I was wondering where you went.
No more
Your
meditation
turret
or
has been
medicine.
destroyed.
How about I just end this? Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Wars are messy.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Can't stop what's coming.
Much.
Try to keep up.
And that is tough.
An ally has been slain.
Uh-oh.
been slain.
Don't waste the anger. Channel it. It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the dying.
Enemy rampage.
Just the way I like it. I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Enemy rampage. An ally has been slain.
Let's go.
An enemy has been slain.
Let him see.
You have slain an enemy.
Heard you were tougher.
I've had it stolen from me so often.
You will not stop me. You can never have too many kunai. Magic's fine. Steel's better.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. Enemy double kill.
No one tells me what to do. Not anymore.
Bah. Bah. Bah.
Let's have some fun.
Bah. Boop boop. Yeah, I just wanted to say.
The words on their tombstones will be my new mantras.
has been slain.
Skill and steel will get the job done.
Killing spree. Double kill. Aced.
Playtime's over.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Let's end this.
Slain an enemy.
They can stop.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
The old ways just don't work.
Unstoppable. An ally has been slain.
Kama or kunai. Depends on you.
An ally has been slain.
I'm right here.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You're done. I work alone. It's better for everyone.
Not me.
Have been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
I was
Your
just warning
team
you.
has destroyed a turret.
Cold steel and a target are all I need.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Ready, jump? Yeah, just wait on the music. Meanwhile, we wait on them, right? Yep.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay. Restraint's not really my thing.
An ally has been slain.
Wow. You guys are really struggling with him. Don't die. Oop.
No more meditation or masters.
An enemy is dominating. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Too fast. Too good.
Don't be scared. Relax. Think of Namek.
Aced.
Oop.
Feel me now.
Like, seriously, why don't y'all push a lane? Hello? They're all dead. You guys are just sitting on your fucking knuckles. Oh wait, I forget they're not real people. They're just bots, right? Seriously, the whole enemy team's dead and we're all just, ugh, bro, push a lane or something.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
An ally has been slain.
Wars are messy. My kills are
An
clean.
ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Can't stop what's coming.
Yeah, that does sound fun, maybe. First, we gotta get our stuff back.
An ally has been slain.
It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the dying. I am my own master. Just the way I pressure points on the human body. No one can protect them all. You will not stop me.
An ally has been slain.
Too many kunai.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy double kill. A summoner has disconnected. Defeat.
Sega.
You're a cute cat, but you're always so far away. Dude.
Fear the assassin with no
Dude.
master.
Dude. Tired of hearing this song, bro. That's what I thought. Well, I don't know why I came here tonight. I got the feeling that something ain't right. I'm so scared in case I fall off my chair. And I'm wondering how I'll get down the stairs. Oh, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Stuck in the middle with you. And I don't know what it is I should do to keep the smile from my face. Losing control, yeah, I'm over the place. Oh, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Started out with nothing and you probably had something that slap you on the back and say, please, please. Make some sense of it all, but I can see it makes no sense at all.
You're scared. Good to know.
Hey, look what they gave me right back. They're so nice. I actually like this song. I wonder, are you gonna dodge again or no? You gonna see this game through or no? FFF15 or no? That's part not even mad about it either, but you know. Waiting to get a call back from any job, literally.
Nico is best decision.
was the first song I learned how to play on piano. I don't feel like, why not?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
This place tastes like many emotions. Excitement, anger, joy, and salty. Is salty a feeling?
Minions have spawned.
I will learn. I will grow. I will. Nico! You are not secretly Nico, are you? Ataku! Ataku! Battle time! Nico will keep your Soma alive. Bagatron! I am definitely not Nico. No, not Nico. I am normal. Everything's normal. Nothing suspicious.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Nico does not want to be here when the others arrive. Survival mode blending in.
They moved you? Yeah. What can you do? Oh no. Fuck, 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 ah shit, fuck. Fuck, 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 ah shit, fuck.
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
Words are tricky. Better to speak with colors and emotion.
Executed. Rampage.
Where's the nearest LZ?
An enemy has been slain.
Play cat.
Shut down.
Nico gets ready on what to do now? Time to break. Woo! Have picnic!
An enemy has been slain.
Watch them squirm.
Killing spree.
I saw Nico by the river. Everyone knows Nico likes rivers.
Rampage. An ally has been slain.
Be cool. No one suspects you are Nico. After fight, can Nico
Shut down.
Nico was out, but never down.
Rampage.
Do not be bound to a single body. There are so many more.
You have slain an enemy.
Nico will
An
keep your
ally
soul
has been
alive.
slain. been slain.
Later, cat.
It's fun to walk around in different skins.
I ain't going nowhere, right? Hey, don't get caught up.
No one expects Nico to not be Nico and to be not Nico instead. Nico must stay unseen until
Ally has been slain.
do not become to a single body. There are so many more. The spirits are all around me. Like us.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
What does Nico do with power? Nico is it. Survival means blending in.
Slain an enemy.
Can our spirits be friends too?
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. Unstoppable.
Oh, wait.
Enemy has been slain. Dominating.
People with no tails. Were they lonely? Yes.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
You matched with the wrong Nico.
slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Nico does not want to be here when the others arrive.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Who's wrong, Nico, now?
You have slain an enemy.
Dancing in my room, swinging my feet.
Nico back in her Nico scan.
spree. An enemy has been slain. Slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain.
Those who cannot get close. Why you cannot listen?
Rampage.
I am definitely not Nico. No, not Nico. I am
An
normal.
ally has been slain.
Everything is normal. Nothing is suspicious.
An enemy has been slain.
Nico keeps a tiny bit of
Your team
everybody's
has
soul.
destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Sharing memories, colors, feelings is magic. Magic connects people. Just minding my own business. Nothing, Nico.
Unstoppable. You have been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Triple kill. Aced. Your team has destroyed a turret. Victory!
Sega.
Two. What, the game I want to start? Game keeps crashing. Bummer.
You're scared. Good to know.
Sega.
Like again, they're boring as hell. But easy bait.
Nico's best decision.
You're just gonna dodge again, bro. Quit playing with me. Hey, I'll do it again. I don't know this song and I don't feel like giving it any energy. Hey, I like this song. Hmm.
Why mute?
Akame_0413 followed. Why?
Appreciate the follow. I'm in a bad mood, that's why.
Unmute me.
Nah. And that's exactly why. Hey, you want to see something cool since you're here? What do you think of this template? Uh-oh, that's not good. Yeah, it's a work in progress with TikTok. Trying to make like a little portal thing. Boop. Oh no, my runes. Okay.
about I just end this? Look, I don't want to kill you, but you don't. Yes! Cold steel and a target are all I need. Yes! Let's go. I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Defeat.
Oop. Gotta trim the leaves. Boom, boom, boom. Oh,
You're scared.
just want to see if they'll actually do it. That's crazy.
Nico is best
Oop.
decision.
Doop. Doop. Dude. 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 Dude.
Fear the assassin with no master.
seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
I am my own master, just the way I like it. Look, I don't want to kill you, but I will. Wars are messy. My
Here's my support.
You will not stop me. Let's have some fun. Restraint's not really my thing.
First blood.
The Fist of Shadow was my mom. I do things differently.
Make it count!
It's not about the killing. It's about who's getting it done.
You have slain an enemy.
If they're smart, they're scared. I love what I do. My enemies won't. No more meditation or masters. Gonna carve my own path. feeling confident. I could do this all day. Playtime's over. Feel me now. Let them see me. They can't stop me. Kama or kunai. Depends how I'm feeling. cold steel and a target are all I need.
Killing spree.
Can't stop what's coming.
An ally has been slain. Rampage.
I'm right here. How about I just end this? Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
See ya.
I got a pack full of trouble and nothing but time. Come on, I dare ya. Skill and steel will get the job done. I am my own master, just the way I like it.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Ally has been slain.
Ah, dang. Missed my ignite. Bummer. Well, only one thing to do.
Okay, that one was messy. Wars are messy. My kills are clean.
An enemy has been slain.
Steal what is hidden.
That was a sniper.
not about the killing. It's about who's doing the dying.
Your turret has been destroyed.
The Kinku couldn't control me. I do what they wouldn't. Actions have consequences.
If I wanted, I'm just saying I could have.
An enemy has been slain. You have been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Double kill.
Lesson learned.
An enemy has been slain.
Forget balance. This. Too fast. Too good. Can't stop.
Show us a path.
You have been slain.
Hmm. I do like this song.
Enemy has been slain. Has been slain.
The only rule that matters
Triple
is
kill.
that your enemies don't walk away.
Your turret has been destroyed. Godlike.
Try to keep up. They're scared. This won't take long.
Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Stop it.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Legendary. Rampage.
You're done.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
No more meditation or masters. An card with only power. You came a long way to die. You're dead, I'm alive. See? Balance.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Victory!
Mourning and Bastion for banishing Twilight Sparkle and the others, she felt that she was at fault as well. Magic with Pyre Valor, the two of them would likely be at each other's throats in a minute. For her, casting spells meant control. Magic was a force to be carefully shaped, maintained, and applied. Whenever a spell went wild and caused unintended consequences, it was the fault of the spellcaster, which was why each spell had to be studied and experimented with before being used. From the notes and spells, she gathered that Pyre Valor believed differently. For her, magic was a dangerous and violent force to be unleashed, not applied. If a spell harmed unintended targets, it was their fault for getting in the way. There were very little notes on how to aim the spell, or how much magic was to be used. The closest she could find were wing it, and as much as you want without blowing yourself up. Instead, Pyre Valor focused on how to gather magical power, and how to convert it to some other energy. Fire, as was always the case in this book. All of those previous observations had come later. The very first thing that Twilight noticed about Pyre Valor's spells was that she really, really loved fire. The first 3 spells she had deciphered involved projecting a ray of heat to ignite combustible materials, causing a short jet of flame to burst from her outstretched hoofs, and causing a steady blade of concentrated flame to emerge from her horn. There was also the Fireball spell, whose devastating effect she had already witnessed. Pyre's name should be a dead giveaway, but it was the spell choice that really hammered the point in. "Good morning," Twilight heard Spike say. She looked behind her to find her friends waking up. None of them looked very comfortable, and she couldn't blame them. The beds were rather hard, certainly not what they were used to back in the Heartland. Rarity stretched out her back painfully and yawned. "Speak for yourself, dear," she said. "This morning is officially good once I find a bath, a comb, and a decent breakfast."
only going off of a logic-based system. I mean, what's a destination with a fork and a bullshit fork in a road? I mean, you could have went down left, you could have down right. How about I go straight down the fucking middle? That usually works, right? Gets me somewhere. See? Speak bird. Bro, I don't speak bird. I would love to have a conversation, a genuine conversation with you. But guess what? I don't understand that. Didn't you used to whistle at will takers off in the distance? No, you used to just listen to them. You need to hurry up and get back to your desk. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get there, but I'm looking for something. All right, suit back up. Wait, what? Put it back on. Look, we can't afford a maid outfit, so this is the best we got. Look. I never had time to go, and if I did, I was trying to recover so I could get back to work. But now you're trying to get back to work? Yes, because I've been off for an entire fucking year, feels like. Who the fuck just wants to sit around all day? I enjoy waking up, getting my goddamn badge, and reporting to work. All right, I'm here to, that was fun to me. Then you tripped and fell. Yeah. And then you never reported it to HR. No. And then that karma just kept following you. Yeah. It's frustrating, bro. Yeah, if they got it all on camera already, if they got all, they can. I mean, just go ask. Oh, you need some food, baby? I got you. Here you go. Refill your water too while I'm at it. There you go. Alright, I feel like the store is going to be getting into some very, very heavy subjects. Try not to claw your way out of the room. Just relax, take a nap, do what you gotta do.
I'm fine with finally getting something to do, Rainbow Dash remarked while wiping the crust out of her eyes. I can't stand any more waiting. Speaking of waiting, some ponies decided not to wait for us, Applejack said. Where's Vanguard and Scarlet? Maybe they're off to get breakfast, Pinky suggested. Did some pony mention Scarlet? Scarlet Rabbit burst through the door with a bag full of loaves of bread tucked in one foreleg and a large canteen in the other. Breakfast time, he said enthusiastically. Day-old bread with sea-grade winter moss and some hot lichen tea to wash it down with. They quickly noticed that he was wearing a different set of barding from what they were used to. Instead of the plain brown material that served as light barding, he was wearing a fine coat of chain with plates of metal distributed around his chest, flanks, and face. Rarity didn't quite share in the enthusiasm when she received a loaf of the bread. The crust was already quite tough, although the moss baked into it helped it go down. Rainbow Dash, on the other hand, wolfed down her share. So, what do we get to do now, Scarlet? She asked with barely contained impatience. You're in luck, Scarlet replied. Vanguard and I got news that Princess Luna just arrived last night. After eating, I'll take you to the public baths so you can fix yourselves up, and then I'm going to escort you to the princess. But what is she doing here? Twilight asked. Did you find out? To check up on you chosen, I was told, Scarlet replied with a shrug. You can ask her yourself as soon as you meet her. These baths, Rarity began. How are they? Are they clean? Crowded? I certainly hope they provide soap and towels. Well, they got hot water, Scarlet answered. It'll clean you without giving you a frostbite. Rarity could only sigh and tried to fix her completely bedraggled mane with her hoofs. I suppose we'll have to make do, she said. Great. Finish up quickly so we can go, Scarlet said as he tore through a loaf of bread. So, where's Vanguard? Applejack asked. Ain't he eating with us? The grin on Scarlet's face dropped a little. Well, he said as he scratched his head with a hoof, we were going back together, but we sort of ran into Flight Captain Tailwind along the way. I had to go on ahead since he was going to take some time. Rainbow Dash finished her share of the tea with a single gulp. Well, I'm done, she said. Let's get going. Every pony soon followed. They put on their newly bought cloaks and boots and headed out. The public baths were not as bad as Rarity had feared that they would be. The job of keeping hot water in the bitter cold of the north was a job taken seriously by Bastion City's residents. Public baths were deemed more efficient than getting a constant supply of hot water going through each home, so several were built over the course of the centuries. Each bathhouse consisted of 2 large pools, one for the stallions and another for the mares. Soap and towels were provided, but a small fee had to be paid before getting in, a fee that Scarlet happily paid for all of them. The soak was a welcome sensation for them. They had just spent days exposed to the elements out in the wilderness, and they were sticky with sweat and covered in dust. Twilight was relieved that the dried blood on her coat managed to wash off. Her injury had healed up well, enough so that she could soak in hot water without opening it up. Oh, this is simply divine, Rarity exclaimed. It feels like forever since I last took a bath. I gotta admit this ain't half bad, Applejack said. Pinky, stop that, she told the pink pony who was swimming around, much to the annoyance of the other bathers. This ain't a place for swimming. I hope Spike is all right, Twilight said. The baby dragon had to go in the other pool. He's with Scarlet. He'll be fine, Rainbow Dash said confidently. As if to answer Twilight's question, raucous laughter echoed from over the stallion pool. Scarlet's voice reached them despite the distance. Do that trick again, Spike, he exclaimed. Twilight looked over to the stallion pool in time to see a jet of green flames appear, followed by delighted cheering from the stallions. See? Rainbow Dash said with a grin. After some time, they left the public bath with the owner seeing them off. You can come here any time, baby dragon, the yellow-green Pegasus stallion said. I'll save a fortune on heating with that breath of yours. Let me know if you need a job. I will, Spike replied happily. Perhaps his worries were going to be unfounded after all. The ponies of the barrier lands didn't seem to have any problem with dragons as they did with Chosen. Having completed their soak, Scarlet led them through the streets of Bastion City. The same as yesterday, every pony was busy rushing about. Twilight noticed that her group drew more stares now. I'm betting that those Chosen are the reason Princess Luna is here, she heard one passerby say. I think she's here to offer herself to King Fenrir so she could put a stop to the upcoming attack. Her nag sister wouldn't allow that. It would be a defeat for them. The nag comment grated on Twilight. but she steadfastly ignored it. These ponies were ignorant, she told herself. They've never met Princess Celestia, and their anger over the division colored their judgments. Several minutes later, they were inside the largest building in Bastion City. This building served several functions. The lower part was the Grand Meeting Hall, which gave the building its name. It was big enough to accommodate every pony in Bastion City. The upper parts served as the center of administration. The mayor and most of the officials had their offices and homes built there. As soon as Twilight and the others entered the Grand Meeting Hall, Scarlet excused himself and stayed outside. The Grand Meeting Hall was mostly empty, so Twilight quickly noticed the dark-coated pony heading towards them. "Princess Luna!" she exclaimed. Luna felt relief wash over her when she saw the bearers of the elements of harmony alive and well. She rushed over to them with a smile and was more than happy to give Twilight Sparkle a hug as soon as they came together. "I am so glad that all of you are safe," she said. "I was afraid that you were all slain as soon as you stepped out of my sister's teleportation spell and into Fangbreaker Fortress." "We almost were," Twilight replied, "but we made it out safely, thanks to the Legion." "My brother's ponies are brave and good," Luna said. "I knew I could rely on them. Now, let's get all of you to safety. The Wolven will not stop with Fangbreaker. They are surely heading here already." Twilight stepped back and looked away. "We know that, Your Highness," she said. "We were planning on staying to help. I'm joining the Legion, you see. We all are." Surprised, Luna looked at them quizzically, unsure if she heard correctly. "You want to join the Legion?" she asked. "Do you really mean that?" "I do," Twilight answered. "Even if the cost is great, I want to do this." "You are very brave, Twilight Sparkle," Luna said. "But I already knew that the moment I heard that you confronted my sister about the division. I was so sure that you would submit yourself to another memory lock." "This division must end," Twilight said. "I couldn't turn away. At least one pony shares my beliefs. Make that 6, Your Highness." Twilight.
Nope. Wait, I think he went to work, maybe?
How was the first?
He went to up there. You want to walk up that panther? Save it for later. We might go out when the sun goes down a bit. Let the rain pass. Yeah, come on, Connor. Pardon me. Excuse me.
Twilight said with a smile as she looked over her friends. 6 ponies and a dragon. "I won't stop you," Luna said. "I came here to help myself, but you must prepare yourselves carefully. The Wolven are ruthless and depraved. Surely you've seen this for yourselves when they took the fort." "We have," Twilight replied. "About that, Your Highness." Luna raised an eyebrow. "Yes?" she asked. "Our magic has been weakened here. Do you know how we can adjust to Prince Tirado's realm?" Luna nodded understandingly. "I've noticed that," she said. "My sister's barrier has caused a division in Equestria's magic as well. The magical drift here is enough to affect unicorns who were born and raised in the Heartland." "Can something be done about it?" Twilight asked. "My brother would know. I can contact him right now. You will need his permission if you are going to join the Legion anyway." With that, Luna concentrated, and her horn began to glow with magic. The magical drift did not affect her, as alicorn magic lay beyond that of mortal ponies. As magic coalesced into the room, the image of Prince Tirado appeared at the center of the hall. At once, Twilight and her friends fell to their knees. Even as a mere magical projection, Prince Tirado was an imposing sight. His fiery mane seemed to blaze even fiercer than the last time she remembered.
"Well, well,"
Tirado spoke.
"My little sister was true to her word, and she was quite quick about it, too. Good work there, Luna."
"Thank you, big brother," Luna replied. Tirado turned his attention on Twilight. The entire hall seemed to darken, and his voice was accompanied by a distant rumble of the earth shaking when he spoke.
"I've spent centuries trying to prevent that face you left on my sister back in the Heartland, Twilight Sparkle," he boomed. "I have a pretty strong urge to put your head between my hoofs and squeeze until it pops like the grape you resemble."
Twilight found herself shaking uncontrollably. This was nothing like her first meeting with the prince. Behind her, her friends were experiencing the same terror. She looked to Princess Luna, who was already standing between her and Prince Turado's image. "Surely you can't blame that on Twilight Sparkle," Luna protested.
Of course I can, but there's no point to it. I can't carry out that urge because that would only make Celestia feel worse. So, go with my little sister and bring your friends. All of you can stay here in the Grey Sentinel until you go back to the Heartland, no longer matter to Celestia, or die of old age.
Twilight forced her legs to stop shaking and raised her head. What she had feared was happening. She was being given preferential treatment instead of being allowed to take part in defending Equestria.
"Your Highness, wait," she pleaded. "I don't want to spend my time here in the Barrier Lands hiding somewhere safe."
Is that defiance I'm hearing?
Torado asked with a glare.
You thwarted Luna's rebellion, refused to go along with Celestia's division, and now you're defying me? Do you have a problem with Alicorn's Twilight Sparkle?
"No, Your Highness," Twilight stammered. "All I want is to stand with the Legion against Equestria's enemies. We're here to join the Legion."
The Legion?
Torado looked perplexed.
You mean my Legion? You want to risk your lives by fighting against Equestria's enemies, and you want to do it in the place where the fighting will be at its thickest?
"Yes, Your Highness."
And what will I tell Celestia if you're killed? Should I shrug and say I tried?
"Big Brother, Twilight Sparkle and her friends are not Big Sister's property," Luna interrupted. "In the end, they should be allowed to decide for themselves where to go."
Torado didn't speak for some time. The ominous silence that filled the room was suffocating for Twilight and her friends.
I suppose shrugging and saying I tried isn't such a bad plan,
he finally said.
You have brought this upon yourselves. My sisters and I have given you every way out there is, and you've persisted. I will respect that decision, and Celestia will have to do the same. Stay there if you want, Twilight Sparkle. Do try to be useful in my Legion.
Twilight felt herself sigh in relief, an expression that her friends echoed behind her.
"Big Brother, their magic is still suppressed by the magical drift between your realm and Big Sister's," Luna said. "Isn't there something you can do?"
Yes, there is a ritual for it. You can perform it yourself, Luna. Just extend your hoofs over them and repeat after me.
With a nod, Luna did as her brother asked.
Tura,
Torado said.
"Tura,"
Luna repeated.
Lura,
"Lura."
Lay.
"Lay."
Now turn around and keep your front hoofs extended.
Luna did as she was told.
By moving your flanks, spell out the name of the unicorns who have to adjust.
"What?"
Do it now, or you'll have to start over.
With a confused look on her face, Luna did as instructed. Twilight Sparkle was first, followed by Rarity. Twilight waited patiently for the ritual to end. When she saw how silly Princess Luna looked, she averted her eyes to keep from laughing. The princess was doing this for her, and it was beyond disrespectful to laugh now. She waited for some time, expecting some kind of great magical effect. There was no flash of light or an aura of crackling energy appearing, only a tense silence. Suddenly, that silence was broken by a great booming laugh from Torado. The rest of Twilight's friends could only look at each other awkwardly.
I can't believe you actually did that,
Torado guffawed. Embarrassed, Luna put her hoofs down and stared angrily at the image.
"Big Brother," she exclaimed. "I'm serious."
Oh, you just wish there was some magical ritual you could perform, wouldn't you?
Torado asked once he settled down.
Unfortunately, there isn't. Your magic will adjust by itself as you spend more time in my realm. Good luck with recruitment, all of you. I will be there soon.
With that, the prince's image dissipated.
"Honestly,"
Luna huffed.
"Joking around in the middle of a crisis."
Twilight suppressed a smile for the princess's sake.
"But I'm glad he let us stay," she said.
Luna smiled in return.
"I'm glad too. Let us see this to the end, Twilight Sparkle."
The rest of them looked at each other. It was official now. They were joining the Equestrian Legion. Upheaval. Breaking Point. Chapter 19. Standing Together.
Let's hurry back,
Vanguard said.
They should be awake and hungry by now. Do you have enough for them, Scarlet?
Sure thing, Captain, Scarlet Rabbit replied. I even brought some for that baby dragon, although I don't know if his kind likes bread and moss. Vanguard clash! The two of them looked up at where the angry voice came from. Before Vanguard could get a good look, something heavy crashed down on him, knocking him down on his belly with his legs spread apart. He felt his breath blow out of his lungs at the impact, and recognized the feel of 4 hoofs stepping on his back. From the voice in the entrance, he guessed with a sinking heart as to who it was. Good morning, Flight Captain Tailwind, Vanguard heard Scarlet greet his assailant. Good morning to you too, Scarlet Rabbit, Tailwind answered. Move along now. I have some talking to do with my stupid son. Vanguard looked up at Scarlet and nodded, letting the Pegasus fly off and back to Twilight and the others. With Scarlet gone, he focused his attention on his mother. Before he could say anything, however, he felt her lift him up by the shoulders and then bang his snout against the pavement. The impact did no damage, but he did feel his head ring. You come back from the dead days ago and you can't even be bothered to tell me?
I was assigned a mission as soon as I...
Vanguard felt his snout hit the pavement again. You owe me 12 dead wolven, you rotten boy. I went on a rampage because I thought you were dead, and your father nearly got himself killed. Vanguard was still rubbing his snout painfully as he walked towards the building where Twilight and the others were staying. Tailwind had decided to accompany him, stating that she wanted to see the Chosen for herself when he mentioned that they were going to join the Legion, and that 2 of them were Pegasi. They were still a good distance from the building, however, when he spotted them. They were near the end of a line of ponies while Scarlet hovered nearby. He looked towards the other end of the line to find that logistics had set up a recruiting station. A call to arms must have already been issued across Bastion City, and citizens were lining up to join Equestria's defense. The long line would normally have been a bother to Twilight Sparkle, but for this time, she was a little glad for it. Being made to stand in line while on their way to recruitment showed that she was no longer being shown any preferential treatment. There will be no more being separated from the rest of the Legion and being protected. Now she can really show that she meant what she said about standing together with Equestria's defenders. As the line moved on, she noticed a familiar black-barded figure walking towards her. It was easy to spot Vanguard Clash. There was no pony else who had his armor, or that enormous weapon he kept strapped to his harness. He was walking with some pony this time, a Pegasus mare who was about an inch shorter than he was, with a light blue, almost white coat. Her mane was gray, like the underside of a storm cloud, cut short and swept to one side. A long, thin scar ran across the right side of her jaw. Unlike Scarlet Rabbit, she wore a coat of chain, reinforced with metal plates around her chest, flanks, and neck. Unlike Scarlet's gray plates, however, this pony's barding carried a distinct silvery sheen, and she wore no champron. A stylized wing was embossed in gold on the left part of the chest plate. You took your time, Twilight said to Vanguard. Vanguard glanced briefly to the Pegasus next to him as an answer.
Every pony, this is Flight Captain Tailwind. Flight Captain, these are the Chosen I was talking to you about.
Tailwind approached Twilight's group, carefully inspecting them with bright blue eyes. She was immediately drawn, however, to Rainbow Dash and Fluttershy. I never imagined that I would meet actual Chosen in my lifetime, she said. I hear that you plan to join the Legion. That's commendable. She stopped and gave Rainbow Dash a good hard look. Is this the one you mentioned, Vanguard? Vanguard nodded in response, while Tailwind stretched out one of Rainbow's wings with her hooves. Looks promising, she said. Is she fast?
Almost as fast as Scarlet,
Vanguard answered. Tailwind nodded approvingly. Rainbow was about to raise her head proudly, but the word almost quickly caught her attention. On impulse, her gaze immediately landed on Scarlet Rabbit, who was still hovering nearby. The sight of this put a small smile on Tailwind's lips. And what about this one? She asked as she turned her attention on Fluttershy.
Red Brand has that one pegged for medical already,
Vanguard answered. That fool of a nag, Tailwind muttered. When did he get to reserve recruits for himself? Fine. She looked at Rainbow, who couldn't help but be taken a little aback by the intense stare. I'll see you in reconnaissance. Now I have to go. The other flight captains will have started arguing over recruit placement, and I don't intend on finishing this day with less than a full flight. With that, Tailwind walked off. She patted Vanguard on the shoulder as she passed him. Stay safe, son, she said softly. I might not survive the next time I hear you're dead. She seems interesting, Twilight said once Tailwind had left. I heard her call you son, Applejack said. Was that your ma?
Yes,
Vanguard answered a little sheepishly.
she wasn't very happy that I put off seeing her until we got here, but she was more reasonable about it than I expected.
She sounds like a nice lady, Applejack said with a grin.
Try telling that to her flight,
Vanguard snorted.
Move along now. The line's adjusting.
The line eventually dwindled until it was their turn to face the recruiting officer. The olive-coated stallion took a sip from the cup of tea on his table and took a good look at Twilight's group. At the sight of them, he nearly gagged on his tea. "What's this?" he asked. "When did we start drafting Chosen?"
They're recruits,
Vanguard said.
Ignore the marks on their flanks. They'll serve just like every pony else.
The recruiting officer glanced skeptically at Vanguard and then shrugged. He then handed the quill to Twilight. "Names and signatures here," he said as he pointed to a piece of parchment on the table. He suddenly stared intently at Twilight when she had the quill. "By signing on, you hereby pledge your complete loyalty to the Equestrian Legion, that you will obey its officers and acknowledge their authority as extensions of the authority of Prince Torado, rightful ruler of the Barrier Lands. Know that there is no leaving the Legion. Even after retirement from active duty, you will be expected to serve if called upon. If you attempt to leave once you have joined, you will be tried for treason. Do you understand?" The words only served to highlight the finality of the path Twilight had chosen. Her eyes narrowed, and she kept her grip on the quill steady. It was only after she had signed her name on the parchment did she realize that her heart was pounding. The rest of her friends followed suit. "Unicorns go to Magical, Pegasi to Reconnaissance, Earth Ponies to Infantry. Check in with your respective officers behind me once you're done here," the officer said. Before he could continue, his gaze fell on Rainbow Dash, whereupon his eyes widened, and then he checked his cup. "Torado's torn wing, what's in this tea?" Excuse me?" Fluttershy said quietly after signing her name. The recruiting officer raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter, Philly?" he asked. "You've barely got a hoof past the door and you've got something to complain about already?"
"Oh, no," Fluttershy replied. "I wouldn't do that. It's just that Dr. Redbrand said that if you put me in reconnaissance instead of medical, he would saw your muzzle off. That sounds pretty painful."
"What?" the recruiting officer exclaimed. "But I just sent him a squad's worth of recruits. What did you do to catch his eye? Show him a little flank?" Fluttershy paused and looked at her flank.
"Well, he did notice my cutie mark."
The recruiting officer put a hoof to his face. "That stallion's old enough to be your father." "All right then. I'll have you go to medical instead. Let Redbrand duke it out with the wing commander." With that out of the way, they all proceeded to the crowded area behind the recruiting officer. Recruitment was taking place at the center of the city, where there was an enormous plaza, a parading ground that was now converted into a training ground. It was there that they had to separate and head towards their designated divisions. Twilight and Rarity quickly noticed that Magical was the smallest group in the plaza, consisting of a small cluster of unicorns. It had occurred to them that they had barely seen any unicorns in the city. They were given mage coats, thick layers of cloth padded with leather inside to help against enemy fangs and claws and reduce the damage from enemy bolts. Although it horrified them to find out that the leather was taken from actual animal hide instead of being magically synthesized like back in the Heartland, they stayed silent about it. Once they had put their coats on, they were ordered to line up. 3 rows of 7 ponies all in all. Tallest to shortest, from left to right, with each pony a leg's length from each other. When the unicorns, most of who were about as old or even younger than Twilight, took some time to get into the required position, the unicorn officer shouted at them. "What's the matter with you fools? We haven't even gotten to spellcasting yet and you're already fumbling about. 3 rows, 7 ponies. Move, move, move!" All of the unicorn recruits scrambled, comparing heights and stretching out legs to make sure that they were properly spaced. The unicorn officer walked out in front of them. He was a strange sight for a pony, a grayish-white unicorn with a completely shaved mane. His tail was nothing more than a few inches tuft of green hair. Like them, he wore a thick leather-padded coat, but his was trimmed with gold thread, and a stylized horn marked the left side of his chest. 21 unicorns, he said with a scorn. We're faced with the greatest woven attack in centuries, and my beloved Bastion City comes up with 21 unicorns. 19, seeing as 2 of you are chosen. Twilight and Rarity couldn't help but wince when they felt the eyes of their fellow recruits go towards them. Eyes forward, you morons, the officer shouted. No pony told you to ogle them. Don't make me be the first to send recruits to the whipping post. Every unicorn in the group flinched and immediately looked straight ahead.
Now, let's get down to business. I am Mage Captain Owlsight. Not that it would matter to you drill heads, as I'll kick your flanks if you address me with anything but sir. Before we do anything, we will test you for two things: magical sustaining and magical burst. These two traits will help us determine if you belong to the spell firing line or with the arcane shields. Bring out the spell dummies, Vice Captain. A unicorn behind the group trotted forward carrying several dummies made from two intersecting poles and a sack stuffed with straw. He then proceeded to stand them up in a row on a patch of earth to the side of the pavement where some bushes grew, before trotting back to his place. First, we'll test you for magical burst, Owlsight continued. Each of you will step forward and cast, preferably, an offensive spell you know. If you don't know any, a telekinetic kick will suffice. Now let's get started. The first recruit stepped forward and cast a spell. His horn glowed a steady green, and then projected a raw blob of telekinesis that hurtled towards the dummy. The spell struck solidly, causing the wood to shake as if it had been kicked hard. Seeing the results, he smiled before returning to his place. At the sides, Owlsight looked on, nodded, and then scribbled on a notebook he carried. Several recruits followed, most using the same telekinetic blow to give the dummy a good shake with each hit. One recruit managed to snap the dummy's support, causing it to fall to the ground. He grinned and was about to rear triumphantly when a glare from Owlsight sent him slinking back to his post. Not bad, Owlsight commented. It's your turn, Purple Chosen. Show us what you got. Twilight Sparkle swallowed a large lump in her throat as she stepped up. She was suddenly reminded of the time she received her cutie mark. She wanted to cast a telekinetic kick, just as every pony had, but she remembered that Mage Captain Owlsight preferred an offensive spell she knew. Her mind went back to Pyre Valor's notes. She had studied them a good deal, and she was confident that she had learned one, Burning Hooves, as Pyre Valor had written the spell down. She stood about 10 feet away from the dummy, and made sure she faced away from any pony, before beginning the spell. Twilight had never worked with fire before, beyond lighting candles anyway. It wasn't just because there had never been a situation that she could only solve by a generous dose of burning. Fire was a difficult element to control. It harmed others far too easily, and spread quickly at the slightest mistake. But now, she was going to have to try it. She could feel the tips of her hooves grow hot as she gathered the magic. As soon as she felt that heat, she also felt the urge to immediately regulate the energy to make sure that it didn't hurt anyone. She squashed that urge, however. Her usual methods of control would cause the spell to fizzle. Direction was the proper way of controlling Pyre Valor's spells. Direction and an instinctive use of the right amount of magic. She aimed her hoofs at the dummy and let go. The result was a shock, even to her. Twin jets of flame burst from her hoofs. They traveled only for a short distance, barely licking the dummy, but that was enough to light it on fire, sending thick clouds of smoke rising upwards for other recruits to gawk at. Impressive, Owlsight said flatly. A faint hint of approval tinged his tone as Twilight walked back to her place. So the first pony to show a spell we can use against the Wolven is some pony not even from here, but from a place that the Wolven don't even directly threaten. Even I'm embarrassed. Next! Rarity stepped forward, silently cursing that she had to go immediately after Twilight, the most magical unicorn in all of the Heartland, who was probably adjusting to the magical drift already.
I suppose a spell that gives one a fabulous hairdo won't suffice?
She asked, sheepishly. Owlsight didn't even look up from the notes he was scribbling. One more wisecrack, recruit, and I'll saw your horn off and chuck you over to infantry, he said. They're not connoisseurs of erudite witticisms over there like I am. Swallowing hard, Rarity decided that her only option was a telekinetic kick, even though she had never applied her telekinesis in such a manner before. She had never given her magic much thought, certainly not as much as Twilight Sparkle. For her, it was an excellent tool for dressmaking. She concentrated on gathering the magic, and to her dismay, found it incredibly difficult to even do that. She struggled to maintain concentration, gathering as much magic as she could before violently hurling the magic as a burst of telekinetic force. The target dummy vibrated slightly, shaking a single strand of straw out of the stuffing. Owlsight continued scribbling his notes down as Rarity slinked back to her position with her head down. The recruits couldn't help but turn the corners of their lips at the sight. One of them went so far as to let out a snicker at the dismal performance. Owlsight immediately raised his head to the entire group's surprise. So you think that's funny, eh, recruit? He shouted. You think it's hilarious finding out that we're even more short-hoofed than anticipated with the Wolven on the way? Vice Captain, give that joker his first 5 lashes. The Vice Captain pulled the horrified stallion out of the line and let him off,
The rest of the group was completely stone-faced by the time he was out of sight. Let's get on with the magical sustainability test, Owlsight said. The second test involved only their telekinesis this time. Several weights were brought out, and they were asked to pick one they could lift without struggling, and then told to hold it until ordered to stop. Twilight did well with a weight slightly above the average chosen by the other recruits, but the Burning Hoof spell she had cast had taken more magic than she had anticipated, and she was sweating with effort by the time she was ordered to put it down. Rarity could only lift the lightest weight, but she held it reasonably well before being told to put it down. No pony made a fuss about it this time. For the rest of the day, they were drilled in maintaining and moving in formation, casting spells simultaneously, and the order by which Wolven were to be killed, starting from high-ranking ones to the lowest grunts. The sun was setting when they were dismissed, with each one of them completely exhausted physically and mentally. Rarity half walked and half dragged herself towards the building they were staying at, when Owlsight's voice stopped her. Come over here, recruit, Owlsight called. Rarity obediently did so. The sight of the pony who had laughed limping back to his position had burned into her mind a simple rule. Do not anger Mage Captain Owlsight. Yes, sir? I don't know what I'm going to do with you, recruit, Owlsight said. You're like a giant water tank with only a pinhole for an opening. Your burst is completely useless, but you have decent sustainability. Normally we'd work on that until we made something out of you, but these aren't normal times. If I put you out there in time for the Wolven attack, you'll get yourself killed. Worse, you'll probably drag some pony to the grave with you. Rarity found herself staring at the ground in embarrassment. Was she the only one among her friends who had been deemed useless? The thought was extremely painful. What was your profession before signing up? Owlsight asked.
I was a dressmaker, she said weakly.
Good. I'm going to arrange for you to transfer to the maintenance division of logistics. Use your sewing skill to patch up ripped clothes and tents or something. Report to Logistics Officer Frostmane tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir,
Rarity said. With that, she made her way back, eager to forget this embarrassing day. Applejack tapped the pavement with her hoof as she inspected her new gear. Both she and Pinkie Pie had been given a set of medium barding as soon as they signed up with the infantry. Right now, she was wearing a heavy suit of chain with thick plates of metal covering most of her face, neck, chest, and flank. It was similar to Scarlet Rabbit's, but slightly heavier. She guessed that the Pegasi wore lighter barding to stay aloft. She was expecting a piece of cloth to cover her legs like the one that Vanguard wore. Capricorn, Capri, whatever that long-tailed word was. She guessed that only high-ranking officers got to wear them. She wore her hat on top of the headpiece, even though she felt that it was a little silly. In addition to the barding, she was also given a set of tramplers, heavy metal shoes that made her legs feel a little stiff.
If you were wearing tramplers, you might have taken his head off.
She now understood what Vanguard had meant by those words. These things were heavy and hard. Having one fall on you would hurt quite badly, and to have one smashed into you by a strong pony, bones would shatter for sure. The name Tramplers was appropriate enough. She almost felt sorry for any Wolven who got caught underneath these. All the metal she was wearing, however, slowed her down considerably. The weight around her body was going to take some getting used to. She expected to wake up stiff in the morning. That was when Applejack realized that as hard as this suit was for her, it must be worse for Pinkie Pie. Sure enough, she found the pink pony having trouble just taking a few steps forward. Pinkie had been enthusiastic about getting a set of barding and tramplers. Even though she was a little disappointed that she couldn't choose the color, she was still all smiles when she began putting them on. The weight swiftly crushed that enthusiasm, just as surely as it was slowly crushing her.
That's enough admiring yourselves, fillies,
one of the infantry officers called out.
Fall in!
Infantry's recruits made the largest group of ponies at the plaza at the end of recruitment. They were organized into 3 separate groups, with 35 ponies each. The first day of training's objective was simple: get used to your barding. They were taught basic formations and made to walk, trot, turn, and stop without breaking them. It was only a matter of time before Pinkie collapsed completely while trotting. The weight was simply too much. She was panting heavily, and her sweat dripped on the pavement.
Get up, filly,
their officer said. He didn't shout like the other officers, but he had a stern tone and a frighteningly disconnected way of talking.
How can you possibly defeat a Wolven if an inanimate suit of metal gets the better of you? Get up!
Pinkie tried to get to her hoops, but her knees wouldn't follow through. After a second attempt failed, the officer motioned for Applejack and another recruit to come forward and help her up. They helped her to the side, then took off the barding.
Get back to your positions, you two,
the officer said. The day finished with Pinkie remaining sidelined. Although completely exhausted herself, Applejack walked over to her. One of the other recruits, a young stallion with light brown coat and a short spiky mane of darker brown, named Two Colt, walked with her. He was the other recruit who had been called to help Pinky earlier, and he was also the pony immediately to Applejack's left while in formation. Earlier, Applejack had asked about his name, to which he replied, "My parents have no imagination. I was their second colt." They found Pinky looking completely deflated when she heard that they were to report back the next morning. "Maybe infantry ain't the right place for you, Pinky," Applejack said. "There has to be a group that doesn't need to wear all this metal." "They'd find a use for her in logistics," Two Colt added helpfully. What?" Applejack asked. "What do they do?" "Lots of stuff. If it's got something to do with food, equipment, transportation, and recruitment, logistics deals with it." "Well, there you go," Applejack said with enthusiasm. "Sounds like something you can do, Pinky." The suggestion seemed to brighten Pinky up. "Yeah," she said. "I'm pretty good with food, especially if they don't make me wear this suit while making it." Two Colt looked at the pink pony skeptically. "Are you sure?" he asked. "The Legion can't run without logistics, but it's not a glory role. Your brothers and sisters set out to win the day, while you hang by the rear lines peeling potatoes." "It takes all kinds to make the Legion," Applejack said. "You said it yourself." She turned her attention to Pinky. "Let's get some rest. Let's see if we can talk to our officer about putting you there." "He's probably considering it already," Two Colt added. The recruits for medical didn't have a place in Bastion City's plaza. They were too few in number and didn't need that large a space anyway. Instead, Fluttershy found herself ushered into one of the nearby buildings. Inside, Dr. Redbrand and two assistants were standing over several recruits. Even at a distance, Fluttershy noticed the fierce scowl on Redbrand's face and the veins pulsing on his forehead. He noticed her in return and immediately shouted, "Fluttershy! About time you showed up! Get your bug-marked flank over here and help out!" He looked over the recruits, who were clearly cowed by his yelling. "These idiots can't even do a proper sling! I've got half a mind to break their forelegs and let them figure it out!" Fluttershy immediately rushed over out of concern for two things: to make sure that Redbrand didn't shout himself hoarse, and to make sure that he didn't really break the forelegs of his new recruits. Despite being a new recruit herself, she soon found herself playing more of the role of a teacher instead of a student, helping the other recruits master different medical techniques before Redbrand lost his patience. The doctor meant well, and he taught clearly and precisely, but he also expected great results immediately and resorted to violent threats when his students fumbled. Nevertheless, Fluttershy felt that he would only remotely consider carrying out those threats when things got very bad indeed. She was suddenly reminded of Angel. The rabbit was also often grumpy, but he always meant well. The thought saddened her, however. How was Angel doing now? Was he still living in her home, or had he moved on? Perhaps he had started living with another pony. She wasn't quite sure how to feel about that. She also wondered if he resented her for disappearing, or if he was now glad he didn't have to fuss over some pony. "Stop staring into space and help that recruit over there, Fluttershy. He's about to strangle himself with that roll of bandages." Fluttershy flew over to the poor recruit and helped him untangle himself. She had to smile a little, though. The thought of comparing little Angel to the tall and gruff Redbrand did seem kind of silly. She decided to concentrate on helping out for the sake of the recruits. It didn't take long for the day to wear down. With the recruits all heading out for the day, Fluttershy decided to stay a little longer to help clean up.
"Fluttershy,"
Redbrand suddenly spoke. She turned towards him in response.
"Good job for today,"
he said gruffly. He opened the flask he seemed to carry with him at all times and took a short pull.
"Here. Welcome to medical."
He offered the flask to Fluttershy, who took it gingerly and sniffed at its contents. Whatever was inside smelled quite strong. She looked at Redbrand, who was waiting patiently, and decided that refusing would be rude. She took a quick sip and then quickly gagged. The liquid inside was incredibly strong, and when she forced herself to swallow, it ran down her throat like liquid fire. Coughing, she handed the flask back to Redbrand, who looked amused.
"Filly,"
he said with mock scorn. He put the flask's cap back on and put it away before moving on.
"See you in the morning, Fluttershy,"
he said. Still choking and her head slightly spinning, Fluttershy did her best to nod and smile before heading back to the building she was staying in. While the other pony recruits trained on the plaza, the Pegasi of Reconnaissance trained high above it. Up in the air, Rainbow Dash tried out the new leather outfit that she had been provided. Flying with the added weight was certainly a new experience. She had flown while carrying heavy objects before, even other ponies, but having the weight distributed all around her was different. It had actually taken her a few minutes of adjusting to make sure that the new barding didn't chafe against her wings. In addition to her new barding, Rainbow had also been provided with a few more things. A map of the barrier lands in general, a map of the northern barrier lands, and then another one of Bastion City and its surrounding areas. Familiarize yourself with these areas, Chosen, the reconnaissance officer had told her. The rest of your fellows know them by heart for having lived here, but you don't. You're excused from target practice today, so you can explore before the Wolven arrive. And then there was the crossbow. Rainbow held the weapon as if she was holding a sleeping snake. She had never held a weapon before, except for Vanguard's two-bladed sword. This was certainly the first time she would actually own one. In addition to the crossbow, she also had a case of bolts strapped to her left side. She took aim, bringing the sight to her eye, just like her officer had showed her, and scanned her surroundings. She imagined a Wolven lurking down below, stalking one of her friends with its cruel fangs bared and ready to kill. She would swoop in at the nick of time, take aim, and fire in a split second. And just as the Wolven would jump in for the kill, the bolt would catch it right between the ribs and plunge straight into a lung. The force of an impact would knock it to the ground, where it would lay feebly on its side, while wheezing and gurgling its life away. Rainbow Dash shook her head, cursing her ridiculously vivid imagination, and for reminding herself of what she would have to do. I had to shoot, she argued mentally. To herself, she realized in dismay. This was hardly any better than arguing with a pile of rocks with a birthday hat. It was going after my friend. Nice, some pony said from behind her. It gave you a Quarrel Mark II light crossbow. Enjoying the feel of it? Rainbow turned towards the voice. Aren't you supposed to be on duty or something, Scarlet? She asked. I am on duty, Scarlet Rabbit replied with a grin. Special operations, remember? Standing around doing nothing is not the weirdest thing we've had to do. Sounds like an easy job. Only if you make the cut. Shouldn't you be at the firing range? I was told to explore some of these places. Rainbow pointed to her maps. I was just about to go. I'll come along. Gotta make sure you don't get lost. Rainbow's eyes narrowed as she observed Scarlet. She hadn't forgotten what Vanguard Clash had said just this morning. Almost as fast as Scarlet. Vanguard wasn't an idiot. He certainly wasn't blind either. He knew what he was saying, and who he was saying it in front of. Almost. That was a bald-faced challenge, and Rainbow certainly wasn't going to take that challenge lying down. All right, she said. How about we go to this place? She suggested, and pointed at her map of Bastion City's surroundings. Frostrock Needle? Scarlet asked. The Needle, as it was often simply called, was a peculiar formation of rocks several miles to the north of Bastion City that resembled a needle jutting upwards. The story went that the needle rose up when Prince Tirado stomped his hoof on the ground to stab King Fenrir from beneath. Good choice. Check out the northern areas first, since that's where the Wolven will be coming from. How about we race there? Rainbow asked with a smirk. Whoa there, Scarlet replied. Why race? Why not? I heard you're fast. You heard right, but the captain doesn't like me racing. He says it's bad for morale. And why's that? Well, the ponies I beat tend to think they're slow when I leave them behind. I drove one to drink, then she got 20 lashes for showing up to duty while drunk. You're making me want to race you even more. Oh, all right, Scarlet relented. Just promise me you won't start crying to the captain afterwards. Oh, you'll be the one crying once I leave you behind, Rainbow taunted. Let's start. From where they were hovering, they could already see the silhouette of Frostrock Needle. Scarlet showed Rainbow how to attach the crossbow to her harness, and then hovered next to her. He readied himself for a quick flying start. All right, on 3, he said. 1, 2, 3! The two of them sped off at the same time, leaving behind twin trails, one of prismatic colors and the other of bright red. To her surprise, Rainbow found herself neck and neck against Scarlet. He is fast, she thought. She was flapping her wings as hard as she could, and the distance between the two of them didn't change. On his part, Scarlet wasn't even looking at her. As the needle came closer, Rainbow began to feel the burn of exertion in her wings. She gritted her teeth and flapped even harder until the onrushing wind began to send her lips flapping. Scarlet remained at her side, his face split into a wide grin. He was enjoying this. She was straining herself just to lose him, and he looked like he was having the time of his life. The needle was a mile away when Rainbow gave it everything she got in one final burst. Finally, she noticed herself pulling slightly away from Scarlet. She looked ahead in time to realize that she had to slow down or slam into the rocks. With her wings flapping backward, Rainbow forced herself to decelerate, her hoofs flailing wildly in her attempt. She slowed down enough to strike the rocks with her hoofs before shattering bones. She looked to her side in time to see Scarlet touch the rocks just a split second after her.
Ha!
She cried out between pants.
I won! I beat you!
Scarlet Rabbit was panting too.
Yeah, you did,
he said with a grin.
I can't believe some pony could actually beat me.
Rainbow did a little victory dance in the air. She did it. She showed that Vanguard and his mother. Her wings were on fire, and she was panting as if air was going to go out of style after a few minutes, but she did it. Scarlet flew over and offered a hoof in congratulations. With a smirk, she took it and shook vigorously. The motion caused Scarlet's barding to jingle slightly. The sound immediately wiped the smirk off Rainbow's face.
Hey, Scarlet, how heavy is that barding you're wearing? She asked.
Oh, this? Scarlet asked. It's called light barding, so it's light.
Let me try it on.
I'm not switching barding with you out here, Scarlet protested. Rainbow hovered up close and lifted up the metal plate that had protected Scarlet's chest. Light her flanks. The plate alone likely weighed half as much as her leathers. Scarlet just raced her wearing a plate-reinforced suit of chain barding.
Who told you to turn this into some handicap match? She asked indignantly.
What are you talking about? Scarlet asked. Did you think I was going to take off my barding and leave it somewhere while we raced?
Well, yeah.
Scarlet laughed briefly. That's crazy, he said. This thing costs a lot, you know. I leave it someplace for a few minutes and I'll end up flying naked for the rest of my missions. This race doesn't count, Rainbow said through grit teeth. Someday, we'll race on even terms.
Okay,
Scarlet said with his hoofs raised in front of him. We'll race some other time, and... The red Pegasus stopped and stared at what was behind Rainbow. Curious, she looked towards that direction as well. Time to head back, he said. To their north, just at the edge of the horizon, they could already see a steadily advancing mass of dark colors. The Wolven were on the move once more. Even Rainbow could tell that they would be at the city's gates soon. Ignoring the burning in her wings, Rainbow followed Scarlet back to the city.
Upheaval. Breaking point. Chapter 20. Special Operations.
We've just gotten reports that the Wolven are already closing in on the city. Preparations are still underway. Toronto's bloody hoofs, we won't be ready on time. The drafts turned out only half the expected numbers. We need those reinforcements soon. From his seat, Commander Dreadstep listened as his subordinates piled one problem after another, each one convinced that their problem was the worst of the lot, and demanded immediate action. And demanded immediate attention. He had his eyes closed and his forelegs crossed, but every pony in the room knew that he was listening to every little detail. He had been beset with problems the moment he stepped foot in Bastion City, and that wasn't even counting the problems he was already carrying with him. The city had become complacent during the past few years. He should have recognized it when the number of enlistments began to dwindle, or when supply quotas missed an item or two. To his shame, he admitted that it was possible for the city to be complacent, because he was too. They had depended too much on Fangbreaker and its centuries of impregnability, as if history could protect them instead of vigilance. They had underestimated Wolvengard, thinking that the Wolven would be satisfied with raising an army once in a while and inflicting casualties. Worst of all, they had underestimated the dissension within the Legion itself. Commander, what of this group of saboteurs mentioned in some of the reports? Logistics Officer Frostmane asked. In addition to somehow bringing down our gates from the inside, we've discovered that a lot of the supplies in Fangbreaker have been ruined. Dreadstep nodded to acknowledge the question. I've had special operations working on it since we started retreating, he answered. Results should be forthcoming. He didn't add that the pony likely responsible for destroying the gates, Pyre Valor, was a member of special operations. There was no need to play up every pony's paranoia and have them at each other's throats before the Wolven even got there. He looked out the window of his office. It seems that Vanguard Clash had slipped in his vigilance as well, for not noticing his vice captain's building betrayal. At a time when we were all slipping, disaster strikes. Dreadstep thought. The Legion will be made to pay for this dishonor, especially me. His eyes narrowed. There will be time for punishments once the crisis is past. Right now, it was time to make up for the lack of vigilance, and they were starting with the ponies who had dared to side against their kin. The end of their first day as Legionnaires brought both a sense of relief and accomplishment, as well as a sense of apprehension for Twilight and her friends. They had done well so far, most of them anyway. Twilight had immediately returned to studying Pyre Valor's old spells. It was a little disheartening for her that she was improving by learning spells that had been discarded by another unicorn as basic material. Still, she had to start somewhere. She looked around to see how the others were doing. Spike had spent the day roaming Bastion City while trying to keep from being caught under hoof. He happily told of how the city found a use for him wherever he went. It had started with the public baths, but he was just as welcome in the foundries, the kitchens, and the smithies. Twilight was surprised a bit, but then she remembered that she was in the northernmost city in all of Equestria. Here, fire was a valuable commodity. Rarity had gone to bed early, much to Twilight's concern. She wished that she hadn't used that burning hoof spell and had stuck to a powered-down telekinetic kick. Her attempt at pleasing Mage Captain Owlsight had made her friend look twice as bad. It wasn't even within Rarity's control that the tests went badly for her. The magical drift, as Princess Luna had called it, impeded their magical powers. It wasn't fair for Mage Captain Owlsight to judge Rarity's magical aptitude when her powers were hobbled like that. Still, Owlsight's reasoning was sound, even with the magical drift factored in. They didn't have time to adjust to the drift properly with the Wolven arriving soon. Perhaps it was for the best, after all, that Rarity be transferred to a part of the Legion that didn't put her in direct combat. Rarity wasn't the only one who went to bed early. Next to her, Pinkie Pie was snoring away. Applejack had told them of how training and barding had sapped even Pinkie's seemingly boundless energy. Twilight guessed that it wasn't just the weight that wore on Pinkie. Marching in orderly lines, moving, stopping, and turning when told to, and having orders barked at you were things far outside Pinkie's element. As for Applejack, it appeared that she had the best day out of the lot of them. That wasn't much of a surprise, either. She was used to manual labor, and spending the entire day doing it was nothing new. The barding was an added weight, even for her, but she looked quite proud of the metal-plated suit, and made no secret of wanting to try out the fancier ones that she had seen the higher-ranking officers wear. She had also made a friend among the recruits, a stallion named Two-Colt. Twilight had expected Rainbow Dash to do well as well. After all, Rainbow was just as athletic and just as enthusiastic as Applejack. But Rainbow Dash had flown in earlier in an irritable mood, muttering something about making Scarlet regret underestimating her. Fluttershy had come in last. Twilight asked her how she had done, but she didn't quite hear the reply. It wasn't just because of Fluttershy's soft voice, either. As soon as the Pegasus had opened her mouth, Twilight was assaulted by a frightful smell. When asked what she had been eating, Fluttershy answered with embarrassment that it must have been the drink that Dr. Redbrand had shared with her. And then, there were the ponies who were not around. Twilight wondered if she should even be concerned with what Vanguard Clash and Scarlet Rabbit were up to. Now that she was part of the Legion, she had to consider them as higher-ranked soldiers who had their own duties to attend to, and could not be bothered to constantly look after a bunch of recruits. She dearly wanted to consider them friends. Lifelong, reliable friends. The same sort that she would be writing friendship reports to Princess Celestia about if they were back in the Heartland. But part of her was afraid that they were simply doing what they had been ordered to do, and, at some point in time when they were done with those orders, she would walk past Vanguard, and he would not even look at her. The thought of that made Twilight shake her head and concentrate on Pyre Valor's notes. She had things to do. Burning Hoofs looked impressive, but the range was far too short. She didn't want a Wolven to be just 10 feet away from her before she could hit it with a spell. Her best option was the Fireball spell, the most difficult spell in Pyre Valor's book. After that, she had to get plenty of rest. Training will begin early tomorrow. Some time went by when the door to the room opened. It was Vanguard Clash, but he didn't take a step inside the room. Instead, he seemed to search for some pony specific.
Applejack,
he called out. Applejack looked up. She had taken to spit-shining her barding when she heard her name. Need something, Vanguard? She asked.
Fancy a little evening stroll?
Vanguard asked. The question caught Twilight's attention, and she looked at Vanguard to try and gauge his intentions. It was so hard to tell with his barding in the way. She saw that Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy, and Spike had also been caught in surprise. Well, I was thinking that after this, I should hit the... Applejack stopped when she caught the look in Vanguard's eyes. She realized that Vanguard wasn't really asking. Sure, why not? She replied. Let me get my coat. Looks a mite cold out. It was only after the two of them had left when some pony decided to speak. What was all that about? Twilight asked. Spike shrugged his shoulders. Maybe Vanguard just wanted some company, he suggested. He was sure quick to pick Applejack in that case, Twilight remarked. Why not? Spike answered. You looked busy. Rainbow was sulking, and no offense, he probably won't have much to talk about with Fluttershy. Or me, for that matter. That's not the reason, silly. Rainbow suddenly joined in. Her mood seemed to have lightened at the subject. I know what's really going on. She motioned for all of them to come closer. Curiosity overcoming her common sense, Twilight closed the book for now and listened along with Fluttershy and Spike. Remember that last night we went out there in the plane? Rainbow began. Well, I woke up after every pony had gone to sleep, and I saw those two being all cozy by the fire and chatting. Fluttershy's eyes widened. Really? She asked. Does that mean... What were they talking about? Twilight asked. I couldn't hear, Rainbow conceded. But I saw him pat her on the shoulder, and when she went to sleep, she had a smile on her face. Twilight snorted at the hinting. Is that it? They could have just had a friendly chat. So why did he ask her out now? Rainbow asked slyly. I'm sure there's a good explanation, Twilight insisted. We're in the middle of a crisis. Vanguard Clash isn't so frivolous as to, well, do those things while he's busy with his duties. He's special operations, Rainbow said knowingly. They do a lot of crazy stuff as part of their duties. That includes hanging around doing nothing, and probably includes asking mares out. Well, we'll just have to see then, won't we? Twilight responded before returning to her studying. No need to be so snappish, Spike said with a yawn. I'm turning in. All of you should, too. You're the ones with the new busy schedules. The night air was even colder than Applejack expected. She was thankful now that Vanguard had insisted that they get these woven fur coats. It wasn't just the air that she got the chill from, however. Vanguard had motioned for her to follow, and then walked ahead of her. She had felt it earlier, but it was clear now that this wasn't some casual walk. Bastion City looked different at night. Scarier, and much more grim. The tall buildings rose ominously, blotting out sections of the night sky, and partly obscuring tonight's waxing gibbous moon. So what's all this about? She finally asked. Work, Vanguard answered tersely. The two of them rounded several corners, and soon Applejack realized that she was now lost. Before she could even think about her predicament, she suddenly found herself surrounded in an alley by several ponies, each one of them garbed in mottled gray cloth. Applejack suppressed a gasp. She didn't see or hear them coming. She noticed Scarlet Rabbit hovering above them in a similar outfit. When she returned her gaze to Vanguard, he was also covering his barding in similar cloth. All right, can some pony tell me what in tarnation's going on? She asked. I don't like being led around like this. One of the ponies produced a sack and placed it on the ground with a metallic clank. Vanguard pulled out a piece of barding from the sack and handed it to her.
Congratulations, Applejack,
he said.
For tonight, you've just been promoted to infantry captain.
Infantry captain? Applejack asked in surprise. I just joined up today. And what in tarnation do you mean by for tonight?
Talk less and put it on,
one of the other ponies growled. Applejack glared at the pony in response, but she took the barding and began to put it on.
We need your help for this mission, Applejack,
Vanguard finally explained.
Do you see that tavern over there?
He pointed towards a nearby building with a pair of free-swinging doors for an entrance. The lights were still open, and she could hear loud talking and an occasional clink of glasses striking together.
All you have to do is walk by the entrance, peer inside, and then walk back here.
I may have been a Legionnaire for only a day, Vanguard Clash, but I know when I'm walking into trouble, Applejack said. I'd appreciate some honesty before I do anything. One of the nearby ponies snorted, but Vanguard glared at them for silence. He held Applejack by the shoulders with both front hoofs.
I'll honestly tell you 3 things,
he began.
This is important. You will be in danger, and I will protect you.
Applejack was taken aback for a moment. Up close like this, she noticed just how disconcerting Vanguard's eyes were. They looked so fierce, as if they were constantly glaring ahead of them, even though she doubted that he was even trying. They also glowed slightly in this dark place. She remembered seeing the eyes of the Wolven doing the exact same thing. Gosh, there's no need to be so dramatic about it, she said with a grin. Count me in.
I appreciate it,
Vanguard said. He looked over to the other ponies.
All of us do.
We'd also appreciate it if you told no pony about what we're about to do, one of them said. Let's do this, Applejack said. The barding they gave her chafed a little, but felt fine otherwise. I was just thinking about how these Capra things would feel, she thought. The cloth around her legs felt a little awkward, so she took note to watch her step so she didn't trip over it.
Listen carefully now,
Vanguard said.
This is what we need you to do.
The booze liquor did not enjoy a particularly stellar reputation among Bastion City's taverns. Located in the seedier portion of the city, and frequented only by ponies who didn't mind finding a winged insect or two in their drinks once in a while, it made only enough business to keep itself open. Its proprietor, an earth pony named Bottlespin, didn't mind keeping it that way. For tonight, the booze liquor entertained an unusually large group of patrons. In addition to its usual customers, a group of 5 legionnaires huddled together by one side of the tavern, and a lone, miserable drunk was busy besotting himself in a corner. Bottlespin was normally wary of legionnaires, but these ones looked too busy talking amongst themselves to bother any pony.
We're going to have to act soon,
Stoneshot said. Each word was agony to his bound-up jaws.
The Wolven will be here in a day or two.
We're halfway through, Halftail replied. We should be ready when the time comes. The other ponies around them nodded, carefully sipping their drinks and looking around. It was then that Stoneshot noticed some pony come by the entrance.
Hush, he said. Infantry captain coming inside.
They looked down and pretended to enjoy their drinks. Stoneshot eyed the pony by the doors. The booze liquor was certainly no place for some pony of that rank unless he caught a better view of the pony. Even at a distance, he recognized the orange coat and yellow mane. The barding covered her flanks, but he knew that there was a picture of 3 apples there. She peered into the tavern, giving him a clear view of her green eyes before leaving.
Impossible,
he growled. He stood up and immediately went after her. Stoneshot, you idiot, Halftail said. He also stood up and followed, prompting the rest of their group to do the same. Her heart pounding, Applejack walked towards the alley at a steady pace. She swallowed nervously as she realized that she was indeed being followed. At the corner of her eye, she noticed several ponies tailing her. It was then that she couldn't help but notice how dark this part of the city was, and how alone she was in walking here. As she approached the alley, she dearly hoped that Vanguard Clash was ready and waiting. The ponies behind her didn't look like they were going to congratulate her for making infantry captain. She rounded the corner and walked into the alley, expecting Vanguard to be standing there. To her horror, it was empty. Panicked, she wondered if she had entered the wrong alley, or if this was some kind of setup.
That's enough walking, Chosen.
She heard a familiar voice speak from behind her. Who's there? Applejack asked. What do you want?
Infantry captain,
Stoneshot snarled.
It's a disgrace that they even allowed you to sign up. Now they made you infantry captain in a day? I'm not standing for this.
Enough talking, Stoneshot, one of the ponies accompanying Stoneshot said. Let's just kill her and get out of here before some pony sees us. Why do y'all want to kill me? Applejack asked. We're all legionnaires now. Stoneshot spat on the ground and pulled a knife from his harness. We've endured enough without having to watch Chosen play at being legionnaires. If you kill me, ponies will notice I'm gone, Applejack said. Y'all be criminals.
I've done worse things for the Legion,
Stoneshot said. You won't be the first pony to pay for it.
Sounds like a confession,
Vanguard said. Stoneshot suddenly cried out and dropped his knife. A bolt had just gone through his right hoof. The shadows came alive as several ponies surrounded the group, each one aiming a crossbow at Stoneshot and his ponies. Scarlet Rabbit hovered above them. The bolt had come from his crossbow. Special Operations, Halftail quailed. The name was followed by weapons being dropped to the ground. One pony tried to make a run for it. He took 2 steps and found Vanguard's 2-bladed sword inches from his face. Vanguard and his group quickly herded Stoneshot and his ponies to a corner and began binding them up. They pushed Stoneshot up the wall and began talking. When Applejack tried to move in closer to see what they were talking about, Scarlet Rabbit suddenly flew in front of her, blocking her path and vision. Whoa there, Scarlet said. Rough night, eh? How about you take off that barding and we head back to our friends? What are they talking about over there? Applejack asked. She removed a piece of the barding and handed it over to Scarlet, who stuffed it in a sack. Special operations stuff? Scarlet replied. After he collected all the pieces, he gently pushed Applejack out of the alley and hovered by her side. Thanks again for your help. It made things a lot easier for us. Well, if you're really grateful, how about letting me in on what just happened? Applejack asked. Why all this hiding in the dark? And why do I need to be involved? I suppose I could fill you on some details. We've been watching Stoneshot since his tussle with you from before. We got a good feeling he was part of a more dangerous group, but we couldn't just walk in and arrest him in front of the others. Ponies would start asking around about what he did, and we'd have to make stuff up. So we thought,
What if they went to a dark alley on their own and we just happened to be waiting for them? That's when you volunteered. I didn't volunteer for anything, Applejack protested. You voluntarily kicked his face, Scarlet insisted. That made him hate your guts, which we found useful. Applejack was still struggling with this logic when Scarlet went on. Thanks to you, no pony suspects anything while we question them. If some pony still asks, we'll say they tried to kill you, he said. Of course, you'll say it's true if they ask you, since that was what they were about to do, he added slyly. Applejack swallowed. This wasn't a suggestion. She recalled the bolt that had gone through Stoneshot's leg and looked at hers. Special operations was sounding more and more ominous. What's this dangerous group you were talking about? Scarlet was quiet for a time, as if considering if he should say anything. You were there when we made that report to Commander Dreadstep, so I'll tell you, he said. Don't go blabbing it to every pony you meet, though. Scarlet eyed Applejack carefully until she nodded. Once she did, the grin went back on his face. Right, they're part of the traders who helped the Wolven take Fangbreaker. Who knows what they've been up to in the city? We still have to check things out. You Chosen have been really useful, though. We've been keeping an eye on reactions to you girls, and you've been turning out a lot of suspects. Applejack stared at Scarlet. The red Pegasus was still grinning, and he talked so casually, but there was a glint in his eye that sent a chill down her spine. Something lurked under all those smiles and cheery banter. She wasn't sure if she wanted to meet that something. I hope you don't take it against us, Scarlet said. Take what against you? That we've been keeping an eye on you, too. Applejack stopped momentarily, prompting Scarlet to do the same. Are you saying that you've been watching me? Well, not me, Scarlet said. I'm tasked to watch Rainbow Dash. But yeah, some pony's watching you to see if more of these traders show up. What about Vanguard? Applejack asked. The captain? What about him? Is he watching one of us too? Of course. Well, which one? Which one what? Who's he watching? It's Twilight, isn't it? He sure does spend a lot of time with Twilight. Scarlet's smile split into a wide grin. Wouldn't you like to know? He asked teasingly. Before Applejack could reply, they were already standing in front of the building where they were staying. Let's keep this to ourselves, all right? Scarlet asked with a wink. Applejack could only nod before the two of them entered. Upheaval. Breaking Point. Chapter 21. Black Rose. It wasn't long before Stoneshot found himself inside a small, windowless room. The ponies who had dragged him here had shoved him onto a lone chair and told him to sit still and wait. It had only been a few minutes, but the bare walls of pitless gray stone were already pressing down on him. He was not tied up, but he was led through one corridor after another and past multiple groups of guards. He had the feeling that his captors had taken a circuitous route to subtly remind him that there was no escaping this place. The door swung open, and two ponies stepped in. Stoneshot easily recognized Captain Vanguard Clash, having encountered him plenty of times before. The other pony was not so familiar, a blue-eyed, dark blue unicorn mare, with her deep purple mane and carefully arranged ringlets. The two of them glanced at each other, and approached him from different sides. Stoneshot sneered at the sight of this. What's going on? He asked. Are you gonna play good captain, bad captain with me?
We would, Stoneshot,
Vanguard replied.
But traitors like you don't deserve good captains.
So, you get two bad ones instead, the unicorn said in a surprisingly soft tone. She stood right next to Stoneshot and leaned on the table with her forelegs. We'll give you this one chance to tell us what we want to know on your own volition. If you cooperate, then we'll lock you up for the rest of your worthless life, instead of hanging you like the miserable sack of wolven bait you are. What if I don't? Stoneshot asked.
Then we'll use this,
Vanguard answered. He pulled out a small syringe filled with glowing green liquid from his harness. Noticing Stoneshot's questioning look, he spoke again.
The Ophidites call it Selris Zane, Liar's Bane, to us. They originally made it, but the Legion has long since made use of it as well. If you won't tell us the truth, we'll use this to force it out of you.
And that stuff will slither through your brains and dig out the info we need, the unicorn said with a smile. You can imagine how difficult it is to keep secrets from the Ophidites.
Unfortunately for you, our slithering friends down south don't care for the health of their prisoners once interrogation is over,
Vanguard added.
Side effects after this toxin wears off include partial permanent paralysis, loss of memory, seizures, migraines, uncontrollable muscle twitching.
Or if you're weak, your brain just dribbles out of your ears, the unicorn finished. Either way, we're going to get what we can out of you. It's your choice how it's going to come out. Stoneshot snorted. Torture and the use of the enemy's vile tools? Nothing unexpected from special operations. I'll talk, he said. I'm not going to make it hard for myself. The unicorn looked downcast. Wise choice, she said glumly. She put a hoof on top of Stoneshot's head and ruffled his mane. For you, anyway. I was hoping you'd make us melt parts of your brain and then hang you. Don't lie, though. I'm pretty good at noticing lies, and pretty bad at controlling myself when I notice them.
Captain Nightcanter, work first,
Vanguard said patiently. When the unicorn stepped away from Stoneshot, he continued.
First question. How many of you were involved in the Fangbreaker Fortress sabotage?
8 cells, with 5 ponies each, Stoneshot replied.
Including yours, how many made it here?
7. 1 cell got trapped by the Wolven and died. What about Bastion City? Nightcanter asked. How many ponies did you have here before you came along? 10. Both captains' eyes narrowed in thought. What's the matter? Stoneshot asked with a smirk. Surprised by our numbers? You didn't think we were some small ragtag group now, did you? Nightcanter's horn began to glow a deep blue. Suddenly, Stoneshot felt his head caught in a bruising telekinetic grip. The magic slammed his face into the table 3 times before letting go. Blood streamed from his nostrils as he steadied himself. You answer questions and nothing more, you filthy nag, she hissed.
Can you give us the names of these ponies?
Vanguard asked flatly. The sight of the abuse didn't even seem to register to him. I can't, Stoneshot said, wiping some of the blood from his nose on his hoof. Vanguard grabbed Stoneshot by the mane and pressed the syringe against his neck without quite penetrating. Wait! Wait! Stoneshot exclaimed. He winced and put a hoof to his mending jaw at his outburst. I can't give you the names, even if I wanted to. Individual cells don't know the members of the other cells in case something like this happened. Vanguard let go, but he kept the syringe on hoof.
Then how do you work together?
He asked. We get our orders from drop zones, Stoneshot explained. When cells meet, we put masks on, and it's always at night. You don't even know who in the hay you're working for, Nightcanter hissed. You'll betray Equestria at a stranger's whim? I haven't betrayed Equestria, Stoneshot snarled. His face twisted in pain, and spit leaked out of his mouth with each word. We're the ones who have to make the hard decisions, while lackeys like you mindlessly plod on, scarfing down every pile of crap that the alicorns leave for you. Nightcanter slammed Stoneshot's face into the table 3 more times before Vanguard stopped her.
He won't be able to talk if his jaw falls off,
he cautioned her. To Stoneshot, he asked another question.
How do you identify each other in the dark, then?
He asked.
How can you tell if a bunch of masked ponies are working with you or not?
We use an identifying phrase.
Which is?
Stoneshot hesitated until he felt both captains fix hard stares at him. Black Rose will bloom once again. He finally relented. For a fleeting moment, Vanguard noticed a look of horror overcome Nightcanter. That moment gave him pause as well. Nightcanter was a hardened legionnaire, a pony who had seen terrible things on and off the battlefield. That a lone phrase could affect her this much was both intriguing and disturbing. And then the moment was gone. The look of horror was replaced by anger. I'll tear your jaw off myself, Nightcanter hissed. She leaned forward and grabbed a hold of Stoneshot's lower jaw. A whining malcontent of a grunt like you has no right to invoke that name. I don't even know who Black Rose is, Stoneshot protested. It's just the phrase we were told to use. Nightcanter shoved Stoneshot away before Vanguard needed to separate them. What were your last orders? She asked. We were going to complete a tunnel under the walls. That was our standing order the moment we arrived in Bastion City. Tell us where it is. I will. Give me a map and I'll point it out. I've told you all I know. Vanguard's eyes narrowed.
Not yet,
he said.
What happened to Pyre Valor?
It was Nightcanter's turn to look at Vanguard with concern. When Stoneshot looked away and stayed silent, Vanguard stepped forward threateningly.
White unicorn mare with a long, wild, and black mane, about as tall as I am, brown eyes and a naturally fierce expression on her face.
I know who she is.
Then answer my question.
She was a newcomer, Stoneshot said. She came to us at the very last moment. We thought we were done for, but she explained that she was joining up. To a degree, she said. She also said that she was going to blow up the gates to let the Wolven in. Stoneshot paused in recollection. She was also smoking and hot.
I'm not interested in your juvenile attractions,
Vanguard growled. No, fool, Stoneshot replied. I meant literally. She was literally smoking. There were these wisps of smoke rising out of her body, and it creeped us all out. She was also projecting enough heat to make us sweat, even with the cold night air. Ugh. He clutched his jaw again. Vanguard turned away. What did that mean? Pyre Valor was a master at fire spells, but he had never seen her do any of what Stoneshot was talking about. Perhaps it was some kind of magical transformation.
I'll get a map,
he finally said. Vanguard Clash and Nightcanter left the interrogation room at the same time. They had pumped as much information as they could from Stoneshot. Nightcanter had suggested using the Liar's Bane anyway in case Stoneshot was withholding some scraps of information, but Vanguard disagreed. It was more than apparent that Stoneshot was a bottom-rung grunt in the traitorous organization. They had gotten plenty of information regardless. It wouldn't be long until Special Operations gave them another mission.
So tell me about this Black Rose,
Vanguard said as they walked down a hall. Are you telling me you don't know the most infamous unicorn in Barrierland history? Nightcanter asked.
I've encountered a few fleeting mentions of the name, time and again. Pyre also mentioned her once. I'd like some clearer details.
She's a legend, Nightcanter began. Black Rose the Ascendant, Black Rose the Prince's consort, Black Rose the Arcane Terror. She was a unicorn mage and a relentless commander. If you read enough stories, you'd think there was nothing she couldn't do. It's impossible to separate fact from myth.
Interesting titles,
Vanguard remarked. They turned at one corner, past a pair of legionnaires escorting one of Stoneshot's cronies to a cell.
Why was she called Ascendant?
The stories have it that she was a few steps away from transforming into an alicorn, Nightcanter explained. She was the greatest magic user of her time, likely the greatest of all time. She had discovered a way to stop aging, and had accumulated so much power that she was feared as a monster in Equestria, Ursinium of...
Play Minecraft.
I'm busy playing a game in a while.
Yeah, just listening to a story right now. Yeah, no big deal.
I'm playing Sunny playing. I was just typing on you.
Yeah.
I wish like a bonnet that was over my head somewhere.
Huh?
I wish a bonnet that was over my head somewhere.
No.
You have it?
Alright. Later.
A fetus and Wolvengard, giving her the title, Arcane Terror. Under her command, the Legion advanced to conquer a large number of territories from all sides.
What about the prince's consort?
That's where the stories really vary. One way or another, Black Rose naturally caught Prince Terado's attention. The romanticists insist that the two of them had a love affair. Some even go so far as to suggest that they had a foal that the prince spirited away to the Heartland. The pragmatists simply insist that he kept her in his favor because she was so reliable. Regardless, the great amount of time she spent with the prince gave her that title.
She sounds more like a heroine made up to inspire fillies, rather than an actual mare,
Vanguard said.
What happened?
No happy ending for the fillies here, Nightcanter said darkly. Black Rose strongly believed that the division was a hindrance to Equestria's rise in power. The popular theory is that she secretly developed a plan to assassinate Princess Celestia and make Prince Terado the sole ruler of a united Equestria, with dominion over sun, moon, and earth. The prince found out and confronted her in her tower in the western Barrierland.
That couldn't have ended well,
Vanguard said. Apparently that theory is true, or it was pretty close. The prince laid waste to her tower and killed her, Nightcanter added. That's where the historical account ends.
Then this shouldn't be a problem. She's dead.
You should brush up on your history, Vanguard, Nightcanter snorted. You'd think that it'd be that easy, but no. The Legion's dealt with 3 separate Black Rose rebellions since she died. Malcontents like Stoneshot like to throw the name around to gather like-minded ponies. I hope this time's just like one of those times, but...
These are different circumstances,
Vanguard finished.
The Wolven attacking in force, Chosen breaking through the barrier. Princess Luna showing up. I'm guessing this is the biggest Black Rose rebellion the Legion has had to deal with.
Night Cantor's eyes narrowed. Right you are, she replied. We got our hooves full with the Wolven. We don't need a unicorn sorceress who's been dead for 700 years to add to the mix.
The Legion will overcome. We'll root these traitors out, drive back the Wolven, and find places for the Chosen.
Sounds like a plan, Night Cantor said with a grin. They were soon standing by the exit from the prison. Turning in for the night?
Yes,
Vanguard answered. He looked at the sky. It was already very late. He was going to get 2 or 3 hours of rest at best. Your place is a long way off, Night Cantor said. She brushed against him deliberately. My quarters are closer, and I've got an extra bunk.
They assigned one Legionnaire to a room with 2 bunks?
Vanguard asked flatly. Fine, you nitpicker. It's just 1 bunk, Night Cantor said in annoyance. It's a really big one, though, she added suggestively.
I'll pass.
That's the 8th time, Vanguard Clash, Night Cantor said in exasperation. I'm starting to think you prefer Colts.
You should stop counting. You'll be annoyed less. And the choice isn't between you and Colts.
So there is some pony.
None of your business, Captain Night Cantor.
Touchy. Fine. I'll go with my 3rd choice then. See you tomorrow, Vanguard. Vanguard waved a hoof and went on his way. Deep within the mountainous region of the Western Barrier Land was a small lake surrounded by steep, forbidding mountains. It was called Heavenly Basin and was inaccessible other than by flight, very powerful magic, or somehow transversing the underground rivers that fed it. At the center of that lake was a small island covered with the obsidian wreckage of what was the tower of the infamous Black Rose. Rumors abounded throughout all the barrier lands that the site still contained valuable treasures and powerful spellbooks, but no pony had ever managed to confirm them. The entire site still contained lingering traces of Black Rose's magic in the form of an unnatural aura that seemed to permeate everything in the basin. In the years immediately after Black Rose's demise, Legion sent salvagers and independent adventurers alike brave the difficult journey to try their luck.
People in 2024 have gotten soft and sensitive, and being a boss in 2024 is a nightmare. And I'll give you an example. Like, me as the boss, if I made it a mandatory company policy that you have to naked sauna with me and your coworkers, some people now are going to say that's inappropriate. That feels like it should be illegal. When in reality, I'm just trying to set up my employees for success. And at this point, if you're going, Phil, you sound like a crazy person. Well, boy, did I get you hook, line, and sinker. And I gotta tell you about Spectrum Studios. Because they are in the news not because they're currently developing a game that claims to be a mix of Life is Strange, Final Fantasy, Heart of Darkness, The Tourist, and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, which is kind of a strange addition at the end, but whatever. But rather, because the company's creative director, Jacek Pierkowski, he had, we'll call it a very eye-catching back and forth with a narrative designer and writer on LinkedIn. See, because he offered her a potential job, to which she replies, hey, you must not remember, we've actually already spoken before, explaining. From what you said, you considered naked sauna sessions a part of work responsibilities in your studio. I told you that's a deal breaker for me, and we've called it a day. And understandably, a lot of people saw that and they were like, excuse me, what the fuck? Mandatory naked sauna sessions? Okay, Harvey Weinstein. But well, as it turns out, the game's main character will be a sauna master and will be in charge of performing in various saunas. Right, that's according to a Help Wanted ad for the studio, which explains that attending the sauna sessions is, quote, not negotiable because the entire team needs to understand the product. And as Pierkowski noted elsewhere, certain saunas are so humid that your towel will just get drenched in seconds, which could lead to a fungal infection. And so for those, he says that you should be naked with nudity optional for the dry ones. And with all this, when he was pressed on LinkedIn, he defended himself, saying, my narrative girls had to go to sauna with me to come up with amazing script for proof of concept. Technically, it's possible to do it without it, but I absolutely adore the fact that they could use their sauna experience to write awesome scenes. I don't want to waste my time to explain the difference between Ruska Banya or dry sauna. You have to feel it. With him then offering to even organize female-only events and arguing that you wouldn't hire an engineer to build a plane who doesn't understand the physics behind planes. You know how going to school and studying physics is the same as mandatory naked sauna sessions with your boss and coworkers. Right? So understandably, you had a ton of people just absolutely lampooning this dude. With, for example, 8-Bit's lead recruiter getting a lot of attention for his post about it, writing, I saw a lot of shit in this industry, but this is the new low I did not expect. This shit is so wrong and so disgusting on so many levels that I can't even describe it. But yeah, what are your thoughts here? Are you in the this is creepy and disgusting crowd, or Are you of the mindset of, no, it does make sense? And while you answer that, I'll say, I got ahead of myself. Hey, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. Today, I actually started by jumping into it. The story's gonna kind of set the tone for everything else today. So why don't you buckle up, hit that like button to let YouTube know you like these big daily dives into the news.
No
and,
USG.
we'll continue to jump
Bummer.
in. And then, in a disturbing update to yesterday's story about that AI porn bill, the news you might have seen today is there's now another celebrity that's being targeted with AI porn deepfakes, with the newest victim being Jacob Elordi. And to make this specific situation even more disgusting is that the deepfakes in question allegedly featured the body of a minor, with reports saying that the deepfakes combine Elordi's face with a pornographic video from a male OnlyFans creator who goes by the name of Gussie on his profile, with then that creator sharing posts on X confirming that the AI porn is from his video and claiming that he was 17 years old when it was recorded. And while NBC confirmed that he is now 19, of course that doesn't change the situation. But despite not only being fake and involving the body of a minor, these deepfakes have still circulated wildly on X, which has also seemingly done a piss-poor job to stop it all, with some reports saying posts on the platform had been viewed at least 3 million times, them finding 16 posts, including one that has over 1.7 million views alone, with that saying that out of all of the posts, just one had a content label indicating that it may violate X's rules against abuse. And then, MKBHD is a murdering monster, and we now have the proof. Fisker has now declared bankruptcy, and it is obviously just this one reviewer's fault. I'm kidding. About the fault, not the bankruptcy. Because if you're not familiar with this latest situation, or even Fisker, I'll explain. Right, Fisker is an electric car company that popped up 7 years ago and went public a few years after that, raising over $1 billion from investors, right? People going, this is the next Tesla. And last year, they released its first model, the Ocean SUV. You know, you had people saying it has a lot of things going for it. Impressive range, great design, relatively affordable price tag. But then immediately, reviewers began finding flaws, especially with its software, which is where YouTuber Marquez Brownlee, aka MKBHD, comes in. Because back in February, he published a video titled, "This is the worst car I've ever reviewed."
The software in this car is very incomplete. No indication anywhere in any software what the solar panels are doing, how much energy they've generated at any point, nothing. Not sure I've seen a smaller mirror on a sun visor on a car before. There is no glove box. There's just another tray. Unfortunately, these outside two buttons are extremely easy to press by accident. This one will literally restart the song you're playing. I don't think I've started this car one time and not gotten some error on this screen behind me. Even little things like Bluetooth I've had an issue with in this car. And I've also had the driver assistance systems fail on me several times. You pull up to a hill, it will literally start rolling backwards if you take your foot off the brakes. It doesn't have brake hold. I press unlock. Sometimes it takes me 2 or 3 times for it to actually wake up and unlock the car. You could give me this car and I wouldn't want to drive it.
With that video getting nearly 6 million views, Fisker's stock was tumbling. With that kind of being the biggest domino in the online conversation of like, is MKBHD killing companies with bad reviews? Which, just to be clear, I think is a bullshit argument. I think that MKBHD does have a lot of power, but he has rarely ever been the only person slamming products. I do not think he is someone that is excited to shit on things. And at the end of the day, the only responsibility reviewers have is to be fair and to look out for consumers. And so now, with the news that the company has declared bankruptcy, we saw Brownlee responding to it, saying, "I know everyone's commenting that I killed them, but truth is they were doomed long before any of my videos. It's sad news because we always need more competition in the EV space." And when you look into the situation, his argument is solid. But I mean, one thing, just as Fisker was heating up in 2023, the EV market was cooling down, with seeing the growth in consumer demand slowing down drastically, and it caused the whole EV industry to hit the brakes on production, right? And that for a variety of reasons: cars being too expensive, interest rates being too high, EV infrastructure being too sparse. Main point is all electric vehicle makers had to cut costs and put off investments. So specifically for Fisker, that's not to say they didn't have issues of their own, right? It did, it definitely did, not only with its product as we saw, but also with finances, with its CFO saying it just didn't have the people it needed to stay on top of the organization's growing complexity as vehicles started rolling off the assembly line. So you had the company missing several deadlines to file its financial results with regulators, and it lost 2 chief accounting officers among other top executives in less than a month. Also, there were long delays in vehicle deliveries, partly because it had to build them in Europe and then ship them to the US. So Fisker actually ended last year having produced over 10,000 cars, but only delivering less than half of those to customers. With then, in an attempt to fix this, it changed its sales model from selling to consumer directly to selling through car dealerships. But that also didn't work, so it temporarily halted production while trying another fix, with it starting talks with a large automaker over a potential investment and joint manufacturing deal, but that fell through in March. So then pretty soon after, the New York Stock Exchange delisted its shares, causing it to default on a debt agreement with a key investor. And then, as cash reserves ran dry, it laid off employees, shuttered stores and warehouses, and tried to restructure its debt. But then that didn't work either. So after investors refused to sink more money into the company, Fisker finally threw in the towel, which notably is actually the second time one of Henrik Fisker's automotive ventures has gone belly up. So yeah, a lot more was going on other than Marquez bad. I know people love a simple story, but there were a lot of things at play here. And then, I gotta say, it has been very fun for me to learn how you guys are using your SeatGeek winnings. From comedy shows to festivals, our people want a week to your credit towards challenges, and treat the clear days. Because a lot of people, keep up with the PDS in your inbox and subscribe right now. And then I need to take a few minutes to clear something up, because I've seen a lot of misinformation and just old-fashioned confusion over the past few days. Because a lot of people have been saying a lot of things since coming across headlines saying things like House passes a defense bill automatically registering men 18 to 26 for draft. Or with a lot of people going, oh shit, pack up for war, boys. Or with us seeing TikTok, YouTube, and other social media blowing up with people sharing World War III thoughts, sharing their draft dodging tips, voicing their concerns about whether Gen Zers are actually fit for war. Hell, there's getting a whole new wave of attention because Cardi B shared her insightful commentary on the subject.
And all I want to say is to America, good luck with that. These new little are TikTokers, baby. These motherfuckers ain't gonna fight no war. We gonna die. You're gonna die.
Right, well, that's a fun video. One, I gotta say, I can't speak to Gen Z, but fucking, I know Gen Alpha will fight a war. My 10-year-old will absolutely drone strike some insurgents like he's playing a fucking video game and then be like, oh, well, they had no skibbity Ohio Riz, or whatever the hell words they've made up. Main point being, if we can fight wars using iPads, America's taken over the world. But I digress, right? The thing at the center of this story is about a bill that was passed by the House that's called Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. Right, and a version of that bill actually gets passed every single year because every year Congress needs to sign off on the military budget. And with that, the version of the bill passed by the House includes a provision to automatically register American men between the ages of 18 and 26 in the Selective Service System. And automatically is the key word there, because you may not realize this, American men in this age group are already required to register for selective service. And in fact, most states automatically register men for the draft when they apply for a driver's license, with many states even already requiring eligible people to register in order to take out state-level student loans. And in fact, it is technically a felony not to register for selective service if you meet the requirement. It's punishable by fines or even a prison sentence already. Though a key thing with that is that people being prosecuted for that, it's almost unheard of nowadays. With actually the bigger concern here being that failing to register affecting eligibility for federal jobs, citizenship, and student financial aid. Now, of course, it is still true that the selective service system is basically a list of U.S. citizens who would be eligible to be conscripted into the military if needed. But a very key thing is that being eligible for a draft is a hell of a lot different than being drafted. And to that point, the U.S. military hasn't used the list of names to call people up for military service since the Vietnam War. And also, importantly, it's not something that can easily be done either. The selective service system lays out a clear chain of events that have to happen before anyone can be drafted. With it most importantly, they're requiring Congress to amend the Military Selective Service Act to authorize the president to draft personnel into the armed forces. And, if you watch this show, you already know how hard it is for Congress to agree on anything, though also there, we still have to see if this version of the bill makes its way through the Senate. Because notably there, the House version includes other controversial measures, or things like restrictions on abortion and transgender healthcare in the military. But with this, I don't want to be completely dismissive. Right, well, a draft is not seriously on the table right now. It has happened here in the past, and we live in a world where right now several European countries are talking about it due to fears of Russia. And some already have it. And then even here in the US, several former Trump officials and Republican lawmakers have talked about a national service mandate and other measures to deal with what they refer to as a crisis facing the country's all-volunteer military. In fact, Christopher Miller, who led the Pentagon near the end of Trump's presidency, said a national service requirement should be strongly considered, even going so far as to call it a common rite of passage that would create a sense of shared sacrifice among America's young people. Though also, to be fair there, you had Trump writing on social media that the idea that he would call for mandatory military service, that was ridiculous. But hey, whatever happens from here. But at the very least, I just wanted to share the reality of what's actually happening, since a lot of people are just kind of yapping. And it just feels like media literacy right now might be at an all-time low, due in part to the shock and share economy that we have on social media, and also the breakdown of trust on social media. Less important story, but yesterday there were a lot of people that were like, wait, Justin Timberlake was on Molly and all these other drugs? And it seemingly turned out that the main source for that was Poo Crave, a satire account of Pop Crave. 126,000 likes on that, 24 million views on that post. And it took way too long to get a community note on that thing. We are doomed. And then, Boeing CEO just admitted before Congress that the company has retaliated against whistleblowers. Though key thing, he didn't say, yeah, we retaliate by killing those fuckers, but the admission was still super significant, right? Especially because numerous whistleblowers have made these allegations since the whole door plug debacle, right? And during his first appearance before Congress yesterday, we saw this interaction between Boeing's outgoing CEO, Dave Calhoun, and Senator Richard Blumenthal.
Mr. Calhoun, let me ask you, how many of your employees have been fired for retaliating against whistleblowers?
Senator, I don't have that number on the tip of my tongue, but I know it. I know it happens. I know it happens. I am happy to follow up and get you that number.
I would appreciate your following up. Let me ask you, have any of your supervisors, your managers, anybody been fired for retaliating against people who speak truth to power about defects or problems in production?
Senator, we have fired people and disciplined people.
Right, and those comments are also notable because they came just one day after a new whistleblower came forward with allegations that Boeing failed to properly track faulty parts and may have even used them on some planes. With these new claims being made public in a 200-page memo released by the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations ahead of the hearing. That document detailing a complaint made by an employee by the name of Sam Mohawk, who works as a quality inspector in the factory where Boeing assembles the MAX. And according to the committee, Mohawk witnessed systemic disregard for documentation and accountability of faulty parts, aka non-conforming parts, which are supposed to be closely tracked and carefully disposed of to ensure they don't get used in production. With specifically Mohawk claiming that when Boeing restarted production after 737 MAX groundings following the fatal crashes in 2018 and 2019, the company experienced a 300% increase in reports stating that parts didn't meet manufacturing standards. But then, instead of being removed and tracked, the report alleges that the 737 program was losing hundreds of non-conforming parts, and adding, Mohawk feared that non-conforming parts were being installed on the 737s and that it could lead to a catastrophic event. And going even further, Mohawk claims that Boeing tried to cover this up by intentionally hiding improperly stored parts from the FAA during an on-site inspection, accusing higher-ups at the company of ordering the faulty parts to be stored outside after being informed of an upcoming inspection, resulting in 80% of those materials being hidden from the agency. And eventually, the sheer number of faulty parts became so overwhelming that Mohawk said that his superiors literally told him and others to eliminate or cancel the records that designate a part as non-conforming, a direction that significantly doesn't just violate Boeing's own rules, but also federal regulations. So all of this was so concerning that Mohawk decided he had to speak up. But when he reported the issue to Boeing's internal portal for employee safety concerns, his report was literally just directed back to the same managers he was complaining about. With that said, on the other side of this, Boeing, for its part, has responded to the new allegations by saying that it's reviewing the claims and saying in a statement, "We continuously encourage employees to report all concerns as our priority is to ensure the safety of our airplanes and the flying public." And while that encouragement is probably not genuine, it does seem like more and more whistleblowers are coming forward despite everything. Just last week, Bloomberg reporting that FAA data show that the agency had gotten 11 times as many Boeing whistleblower reports just in the first 5 months of this year than in all of 2023. And reportedly, just between January and May, it got 126 whistleblower tips. The previous year, they got 11. And lawyers for whistleblowers have said that there are still around 50 people who want to share their safety fears even after the deaths of 2 informants. And then, finally, today, I want to end with a big thank you, and I also want to talk about yesterday. As far as the big thank you to everyone that made this week's beautifulbastard.com drop so big. We've still got a little left of some things, so if you didn't get in, definitely get it now. But I was so happy to see that so many people really connected with this release, especially because, like, if you haven't gotten stuff in the last, I'd say, 2 months, the quality of the cut, the comfort, the feel, like, it's just gone through the roof. So definitely go check that out. If you've been on the fence or you're thinking about it, now's the time. But then, as far as yesterday, let's talk about those comments. Because there was a lot of conversation around, is this guy a whistleblower or is he just some fuckhead who's violating HIPAA? And if you missed yesterday's show, you want all the details, definitely go watch that. But you had folks like Skywalker saying, if working 10 years in healthcare has taught me anything, it's not to fuck with HIPAA. Others responding, the amount of people who do not have a basic understanding of HIPAA is astounding, like who it actually applies to. And folks like Blue Shadow responding to that, saying, right, and the whistleblower was a resident, literally spent 4 years of medical school getting that drummed into his head. And you had others chiming in saying, as someone who has worked in medical records for a hospital and is very familiar with HIPAA, I can say whether he redacted names or identifiers before passing them on or not, he is not supposed to be looking at a patient's record at all unless he is involved in their care. HIPAA insists on as few eyes seeing the patient's chart as possible, and that alone could make him liable. And also adding, there are numerous legitimate agencies which whistleblowers are encouraged to report to. Anyone who works at a hospital can confirm they're no secret, but posted everywhere. The fact this man went running to a conservative news outlet confirms his motives had nothing to do with, quote, protecting children and everything to do with riling up anti-trans, anti-doctor sentiment. But then the other big story that people were commenting on being the whole Kick drama and the allegations. Some of the top comments there reading, are we really surprised the heads of Kick don't care about the opinions of others when they host streamers committing crime and spreading misinformation and not punishing them in the slightest? With others responding there saying, I'm genuinely lost how the first girl thought Kick was some respectful company. Right, others saying they're not surprised by this news. And then others specifically taking aim at XQC. He shared his experience, he defended the company, which resulted in comments like XQC asked Kick about the cancer answer. They investigated themselves and found they did nothing wrong. XQC accepts that at face value. Shocker. With some replying sometimes you just can't fix stupid, but also others saying he can be an airhead and a narcissist, but to be fair, he wanted to hear from other people than take shit at face value. But, whatever your thoughts here or really with any of today's stories, I'd love to hear from you in those comments down below. And while you do or disregard that, I'll just leave you with, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Yeah, I kind of figured they wasn't going to accept that, right? They're going to wait and see what I put on next. Ain't that fun?
Starting with, in big internet and business drama news, we need to talk about Kick, right? And they're the streaming platform that's kind of...
Most came away with nothing, and the unnatural aura pervading the place haunted their nightmares for the rest of their lives. A few simply vanished. As centuries went by and its reputation continued to grow, no pony worked up the courage to venture into the ruins. No pony, however, tended not to include Equestria's Alicorn rulers. Prince Torado descended from the skies and landed gently on the island. He eyed the place carefully, noting that almost nothing had changed since he last visited the place, and that was centuries ago. Heavenly Basin seemed frozen in time to an observer. The crystalline waters of the lake were perfectly still, as was the air. The sky was permanently shrouded with dark clouds that never caused any precipitation to fall on the place. All around him, chunks of obsidian were strewn about, the remains of Black Rose's mighty tower. At the center of the wreckage was a pillar of white stone, driven into the ground like a gigantic spear. Torado walked over to the pillar and read the inscription near its base, the same inscription he had put there when he drove the thing right down on Black Rose's head. This is the end of Black Rose. The same hard and barren fate awaits all of Celestia's enemies. With his magic, Torado lifted the entire pillar, carefully pulling it out of the earth without ruining it or the hole it had created. After setting the pillar aside, he inspected the hole and found it empty. There were no bones or clothing. He scoured the spot with magic, looking for even the smallest trace of what used to be Black Rose, and came out with nothing. He sighed and replaced the pillar. 700 years ago, he had made sure with his own eyes that she was dead. Though it pained him greatly, he had lifted this same pillar to check, forcing himself to look at her bloody, crushed remains before leaving them to remain under the pillar forever. To find not even a trace, even though centuries had passed, did not bode well with the growing crisis in his realm. Torado closed his eyes for a moment, remembering that day he came to this place.
Would you slay me, my prince? The one pony who holds you dearest without condition.
Yep.
Torado had believed those words once. 700 years ago felt like another lifetime. He was another pony back then, and that pony, that foolish, brash soldier, desperate for affection amidst the centuries of his duty, had found solace in Black Rose's seemingly unflinching devotion. She was such a beautiful unicorn mare, sleek and graceful, but strong and athletic. She had a silky smooth black coat, a crimson mane that nearly cascaded to the ground, and a tail to match. She had eyes of the softest gray, but she could hold any pony's gaze with confidence. He had stupidly showered her with his favor and gave her free rein over his realm. When he discovered the dark side of that devotion he prized so much, the rage nearly threatened to drive him mad. Black Rose may have loved him, but she loved power more. She consumed ponies to fight off age and death. She had planned to infiltrate the Heartland and assassinate his sister. Worst of all, she proclaimed that she was doing it for him and for a united Equestria. He had only one answer for that.
Heed me well, my prince. When your younger sister returns from her imprisonment, Wolvengard will start its greatest attack. With her defender pressed on all sides and the elements of harmony out of reach, Celestia will be at her weakest. When that time comes, Black Rose will bloom once again.
Those were her last words. It wasn't even a fight. Black Rose offered no resistance while he stripped her of every single one of her protective spells, and then dropped a pillar of rock on her head.
Where is it? We'll find it. Not there. It is. Oops, not there either. Could have sworn it was here. Yeah. But you know, they probably move stuff around. Yeah, they move stuff around. It's fine. I'll just manually look it up. Oop.
Twitched at the sound of low, muffled voices from somewhere nearby. Was she in some kind of enclosed space?
Bah.
Chapter 4.
Nah, it's probably best if I go here, right?
Chapter 8. The Chill.
That's everything.
There was a long stretch of silence as Twilight looked up to the other ponies at the table. Applejack and Rainbow Dash were watching her with mirrored expressions of concern and shock. Sea Saber's face remained just as cool as ever, a stark contrast to the wide-eyed, twitchy excitement of Dusty Tome besides her. Trails and Flint were not seated at the table, instead leaning against the small kitchenette across the room. Sea Saber was the first to speak.
So the dive was a success.
She closed her eyes, lips curling into a thin smile.
That's good.
She scribbled a few lines into the journal open before her and closed it with a wing.
Success?
Twilight echoed.
Weren't you listening? We lost Lilyquick's notes! Who knows how much Ponykind was set back?
Applejack cleared her throat.
I think what Sea Saber here means to say, Sugar Cube, is that you got what y'all came for.
Yeah, Rainbow said, gesturing to the 3 books Twilight had laid out on the table.
We came for the books, right? Believe me, Twi, I'm sorry about Aloysius and everything else. It sucks. But you can fix Fluttershy now, right? You can wake her up?
Twilight's ears flicked back, her nostrils flaring as her brow furrowed.
You weren't there, Rainbow!
She snapped. She grit her teeth, holding back the urge to scream.
You didn't see the bodies. Those ponies died horrible deaths, and everything they worked for was destroyed. They died for nothing!
She could feel her throat tightening as the surge of anger subsided. Warm tears began to stream down her cheeks, and she slumped down into the table. Nothing? Flint chuckled. I don't know about you, but if there's a dozen horns down there, I'm sure someone will find a use for them eventually. A ragged sob shook through Twilight's body. Images flashed through her head of mass salvagers slicing the horn off of her own desiccated corpse. Rainbow turned to glare at the stallion.
What the buck, dude?
Saber glanced in his direction as well, her expression hard.
Flint, remove yourself.
Flint frowned, looking to Trails as if for support. Why? Trails rolled her eyes. She laid a hoof over his shoulder and guided him out of the room.
Just come on. Haven't you ever heard of tact, you witless buffoon?
Albajack watched as the two of them left, before leaning over and pulling Twilight into a warm hug.
Hey now. It's alright. Didn't fear what you had to see, I know. It's scary. We're all scared. Hey! Rainbow raised a hoof. I'm not scared.
Applejack sighed, shooting her a sideways glare.
Yeah? Well, I'm just about as frightened as a fat hen when a shadow passes by. I think we could all do with some good food and rest. How about we head back on to Highton, get Fluttershy all fixed up, and then figure out where to go from there, alright? How's that sound?
Twilight sniffled, leaning into the hug.
Good.
Sea Saber stood up, nodding.
Very well. I'll set a course for Mr. Rich's estate. We'll restock and await your decision.
Come on, then, Applejack said, gently pulling Twilight out of her seat.
Let's get you to bed.
Twilight allowed Applejack to lead her around the table and towards the nearest exit. She saw Rainbow frowning worriedly. She stood to follow, but couldn't muster the energy to tell her that she'd be okay.
Twilight, one more thing.
Twilight paused in the doorway. She looked back to Sea Saber through blurry eyes. The other mare hadn't moved except to turn and face her.
Weirds can be very dangerous,
she said.
Even more so when they take you by surprise. I know that that owl was your pet once, and I am sorry that you had to go through that.
She began to walk for the same doorway that Flint and Trails had left through, still talking.
Things could have gone much worse in that tree of yours, but they didn't. You did well.
She paused just outside the doorway, dipping her head slightly.
Thank you.
She stepped out of the room, saving Twilight from having to think up a response and force the words out. The three friends walked through the narrow halls of the Argo in silence, the steady clip-clop of their hooves on the metal floor barely audible beneath the persistent roar of the engines outside. Rainbow Dash came up on Twilight's other side, and together she and Applejack provided their friend with the warm support of their bodies as they walked. The engine noise grew gradually louder as they approached the rear of the ship. The Argo had been custom-made by Crazy Rich for Saber and her team, and as such had never been designed with spare rooms for guests. The ship had been optimized for speed and fuel efficiency, and so the only extra space was whatever was available in the cargo hold. The crew had prepared some makeshift quarters for Twilight and her two friends, however, setting up thin metal partitions along the wall to form a trio of simple, topless rooms. Each one had been supplied with a small desk, a wardrobe, and a surprisingly plush mattress. Rainbow Dash had largely ignored her room, instead opting to build herself a rough-hewn cloud home which floated gently several meters above the center of the room. She'd even carved out her own makeshift furniture, giving her friends free range to loot the pieces the crew had supplied her. Applejack had refused the opportunity, mumbling something about abuse of hospitality and the principle of the thing, but Twilight had begrudgingly admitted that she could use an extra desk, and after further thought had decided that she didn't like sleeping so close to the floor, so had stacked the spare mattress atop her own as well. She hadn't found any use for the wardrobe, but it still bothered her whenever she walked past the room and saw it standing alone and unused. Twilight thanked her friends as they came out into the hold, gently pushing them away. She could feel their eyes on her back as she stumbled into her room and slid the door shut behind her. She stood there for a few moments, one hoof on the door, listening. She heard them speaking with each other in quiet tones, and then finally the sounds of hooves and wings as they each went for their respective quarters. She sighed, crawling up into her bed and curling up beneath the blankets. She had initially found it almost impossible to sleep on the ship, beset on all sides by the rumbling of the engines, the constant ticking gears behind every wall, and the periodic hiss of steam. It didn't help that the location of her room in the cargo hold meant she was often unable to turn the lights out. With a lazy flick of her horn, she cast a spell. There was a low sucking sound, and the noise gradually faded away into nothingness. Twilight closed her eyes, remembering when Celestia had taught her that spell. She lay in silence, the blanket pulled up high over her head, all alone. For a few blissful moments she cleared her mind. She simply existed, there in the moment. It didn't last. The corpses that had been waiting for her in the library flashed before her eyes. She thought of the weight that those ponies had taken upon themselves, and she wondered how it must have felt to realize that they had failed. She carried that same weight on her now. That crushing weight of all of Equestria, of who knew how many years passed, of the princesses and her friends and her family, of Lily Quick, who had hoped in vain that someone might find her notes, if only so that the lives of her comrades wouldn't have been wasted. Twilight clutched her pillow tightly, shaking. She curled up as tight as she could, but the weight didn't go away. What was she against all of this? A flunked test was one thing. She had made just one mistake, and the collective works of Equestria's last and brightest minds had been washed away into oblivion. She would have to start from scratch now, finding the answer when she didn't even know the question yet. She didn't have Rainbow Dash's cocksure confidence, or Applejack's steadfast grit, or even Pinky's unending optimism. This wasn't some test that Celestia had conjured for her, designed to challenge but still be achievable. This was the end of the world. She was going to die, just like the ponies in her library. 1,000 years would pass until some salvager came across her bones and took everything of worth without even a thought to who she was. She squeezed her eyes shut tighter, willing it all to be just some hideous nightmare. She wanted to open her eyes and be back in her library, with the sun streaming in through the windows. She wanted to read a letter written in Celestia's flowing script that told her about a problem and how she could fix it. She felt so alone. Twilight flinched as her blanket was pulled down off of her face. She looked up to see Applejack standing over her, with Rainbow Dash hovering behind. Their lips were moving, but she couldn't hear anything through her silent spell. Reluctantly, she allowed the spell to fizzle. Rainbow's voice faded into being. It was muted at first, as if she was speaking through a thick mask, but came into clarity with a barely audible pop.
Are you going to be okay tonight, Twi?
Twilight took a deep breath, steeling herself for conversation.
I'm fine, girls. Just tired.
She saw Applejack's lips harden, but Rainbow spoke first.
Oh, yeah?
She landed, jabbing Twilight lightly with a hoof.
Do you usually scream into your pillows when you're just tired? 'Cause I usually just take a nap or something.
Applejack rolled her eyes.
Twi, we know y'all ain't alright. We're your friends. Y'all don't have to try and solve every problem in the world on your own.
Twilight's eyes darted between the two of them, confused. Had she been screaming into her pillow? She looked down and saw the wet smudges of her tears soaked into it. She shook her head.
Every pony's counting on me, Applejack. I don't know if I can do it.
Applejack sighed, settling down next to her.
Hey now, y'all are the smartest dang filly I've ever met, alright? If there's any pony that can do it, then it's you. But y'all ain't alone in it. Y'all have never been alone. Artie and I are right here by your side, and that ain't never gonna change. Yeah,
Rainbow said, giving her a confident grin.
Just tell us what you need, Twi. We're with you until the end.
Twilight sighed, laying flat on her back.
But what if I can't do it? You don't have to,
Rainbow said.
We'll do it. Together. And what's the worst that'll happen, huh?
Applejack added.
This world ain't all that bad, is it? No pony else is gonna die, Twilight. The apocalypse already done come and gone.
Twilight laid there for a few moments longer, taking comfort in the warmth of her friend's body.
I don't want to be alone tonight.
Rainbow grinned.
It has been a few hundred years since we had a good old-fashioned sleepover, hasn't it?
Here we are, my lady.
Thank you, dear.
Rarity stepped gingerly out of the cab, levitating a few bits over to the driver. He accepted them graciously, dipped his head, and pulled back out onto the street. She looked up at the building before her, raising a hoof to shade her eyes from the noontime sun. When Rarity thought of an apartment, she usually thought of the squat brick and mortar constructs that occupied so much of Manhattan, or perhaps the sleek glass-walled suites of the downtown area. What stood before her, instead, was far more reminiscent of the old towers that middling nobles and high-ranking bureaucrats often used in Old Canterlot. It was a tall tower of pale white marble, only slightly smudged by the ever-present drifts of ash and smog, at least 6 stories tall and topped with a round, conical cap. A broad stairway described a gentle ascent along the outer wall, with a single flat landing on each floor. Swirling designs of gold and silver had been painted onto the stone wall, mimicking the Old Canterlot style so well that Rarity was convinced that it was intentional. Whitehorn's card put his apartment on the 3rd floor, and so Rarity started up the stairs at a polite trot. The tower was on the western reaches of central Highton, giving her a magnificent view of the city's sprawling dockyards, the ships painted red and gold by the setting sun. The 3rd floor landing was wider than the others, stretching nearly halfway around the bulk of the tower. A trio of arcing stone bridges were anchored there, connecting to the network of towers that rose above the smoke clouds like a city of shining ivory built atop the dregs below. Hoof traffic was light on the bridges, which seemed to mostly service a colorful array of private cabs and carriages. A single arched double door was set into the eastern wall, and Rarity slipped through it into a wide hall that ran straight through to the opposite side of the tower. Electric lamps lining the walls provided steady light, and the plush red carpet, combined with the warm orange paint, made for a cozy, comfortable atmosphere. There were only 4 doors in the hall, 2 to each side and spaced evenly apart, so Rarity didn't have to look long to find the carved wooden 32 that designated Whitehorn's home. She took a moment to check her appearance, straightening out the short blue-hemmed white dress that she had worn today. She had come back from her tour in the city yesterday with her coat smudged with soot, and had spent 2 hours in Mr. Rich's personal beauty suite that night, but she still worried that she might have missed a spot. Satisfied that she was presentable, she raised a hoof and knocked daintily on the door. It was opened promptly, though not so quick as to startle, by an aging Pegasus mare with a pale green coat and a polite smile.
Hello. How could I be of service, madam? I was hoping to speak with Whitehorn.
Rarity proffered a small curtsy.
Lady Rarity, he should be expecting me?
The mare bowed, her smile widening ever so slightly.
Of course, my lady. If you'll come with me.
The mare led her into a central sitting room with a small kitchen set behind a raised granite bar. A thick circular sofa occupied the center of the room, looking out on a curved sliding glass double door and the balcony beyond it. A pair of wooden doors lined one wall, while the other was empty except for a few landscape paintings, framed newspaper articles, and a tall but thin bookcase. The most surprising part of the apartment was the high-vaulted ceiling, which gave space for a selection of small candelabra chandeliers to hang down and illuminate the room with their gentle glow. Electric lamps are still stationed around the room to provide a more consistent light, but the candlelight and warm colors gave the edges of the room a quiet, intimate feel. The mayor closed the door behind them, gesturing towards the room.
Please be at home, Lady Rarity.
She then walked to the further door, tapping politely with a hoof.
Sir?
What is it, Fritzy? The voice was muffled by the wood, but Rarity was easily able to identify it as belonging to Whitehorn.
Lady Rarity is here, sir.
There was a sudden thump from the other side. Ah, Rarity! I'll be right out. Rarity walked over to the sliding glass door, looking out onto the city. The windows faced east, and with the bulk of the balcony and the bridges, it was difficult to catch more than a glimpse of the smoke-clogged streets below. From here, all she could see were the vibrantly painted gleaming towers and the bridges connecting them. A click behind her announced the opening of the door, and Rarity turned to see Whitehorn stepping out into the room with a broad smile. My lady, to what do I owe the pleasure? He was wearing just a solid white button-down, sleeves rolled up, though he had left the shirt itself unbuttoned. Rarity smiled back, offering her hoof.
Just a few things on my mind, darling. I thought we might have ourselves a pleasant little soiree.
He smirked, taking the hoof in his own and dipping his head. A countess, come to speak with me? What can I offer that Crazy couldn't? Rarity giggled.
I don't know if I could keep Crazy focused long enough to actually have a two-way conversation. I think we both know how he is.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to continuing our conversation from before. Take a seat, please. Whitehorn gestured toward his kitchen. Would you like a drink?
Some tea would be marvelous,
Rarity said, settling down onto the sofa. The serving mare, Fritzy, Whitehorn had called her, had already made her way to the kitchen area. There was a quiet whoosh as she turned on the gas and put some water to boil. Whitehorn sat down opposite her, the light from the window casting him into silhouette. And pour a cider for me, Fritzy. Now then, my lady, how can I help you? Rarity pursed her lips, uncertain on exactly how to start.
I took that walk you recommended,
she began.
I was less than charmed by what I saw.
Is that so? Whitehorn asked. And what did you see, exactly? Rarity's lips curled into a frown just short of a snarl as she remembered. Laborers living in the eastern neighborhoods covered in ash, trudging about with tired eyes, while those to the west laughed and joked over their bits. Worst of all was the fifths, where the buildings were literally falling apart in some places, blocking off roads so pitted and potholed that the taxis refused to run there.
I saw enough.
He raised a brow. My. Lady Rarity, I didn't think I'd ever see an expression so ugly on such a beautiful face. Rarity looked up at that, momentarily unsure whether or not she should be embarrassed, offended, or flattered. After a moment to recover, her frown twisted into a bashful smile.
I'm sorry, darling, it's just so much has changed. I've never seen poverty outside of a novella in all my life. Every town had a few places a pony could go if she needed help. Why, even Celestia would open her doors to those in need.
Fritzy arrived with the drinks, and Rarity accepted her tea graciously.
Thank you, dear.
Whitehorn chuckled softly. Many ponies would say she still does. He continued to watch Rarity. Ignoring Fritzy, she set a tall mug of cider down in front of him.
That's different,
Rarity said. She levitated the tea to her muzzle, allowing the pleasant aroma to soothe her. She'd seen a few unnerving displays of faith during her tour. They stood out with their bright cleanliness in a city otherwise choked in smoke, from squat stone buildings in the eastern districts to the immaculate white and blue pyramids to the west. Stained glass windows depicting the Alicorn princesses marked them to passerby as churches, where the common pony went to worship Celestia and Luna and pray for divine guidance.
The princesses are not gods. They never were.
Then what were they? Whitehorn sipped at his cider, leaning back into the sofa cushions. I'm no historian, but I've seen some of the classic artwork. Crazy certainly has an impressive gallery of it. The princesses certainly look like goddesses in just about every painting I've ever seen. Rarity's ears flicked.
Please do not look to educate me on my own dead culture, darling,
she quipped.
You've only seen a few paintings. The princesses were no more gods to us than a mare is to her foal. Powerful, certainly, but not to be worshipped. They loved us, and so we loved them back. We bowed out of respect and raised magnificent monuments and held enthusiastic celebrations, but we never went into some cathedral to pray to them.
She snickered, tossing her mane.
If you wanted guidance, then a simpler letter would more often than not suffice.
Whitehorn nodded thoughtfully, one hoof against his chin. Do you know, Countess, I believe you may have just touched on the problem.
And how was that, dear?
He stood, walking up to the glass behind her. Quite the view, isn't it? Rarity followed his gaze. The windows faced east, giving a clear view of the Tower City awash with the red and gold of the setting sun. She was irritated with the elliptical way of answering the question, but a small part of her enjoyed the melodrama.
It reminds me of Canterlot. Not quite as majestic, but gorgeous, certainly.
Whitehorn seemed to think for a few moments before continuing. This is what the rich see whenever they look out their windows. The ponies in power. Come, join me. He snorted, shaking his head slowly as she stood. Some of them never even go down to the surface. They have everything delivered, or use errand fools to conduct their business. They have their own personal ships that dock right at their front door if they need to travel. On some of the higher islands, they even need to import the air they breathe. Rarity arrived at his side, tea floating beside her, and simply took in the view. It had become clear to her that the architects of Upper Highton had a developed liking to the old Canterlot style. For a few vanishingly quick moments, she almost believed that it was real, that she truly was back in Canterlot, speaking to just another client in his tower-top suite. With a twitch of her eyes, the illusion shattered. These towers were a poor mimicry, at best, of the true Camelot. And although the architects clearly drew inspiration from the ancient city, they hadn't refrained from adding their own innovations. She sighed inwardly, but kept her face controlled. A lady did not entertain idle fantasy. She didn't say anything, simply waiting. She had the feeling that nothing she said would influence the conversation at this point. Whitehorn slid the glass aside, stepping out onto the balcony. Rarity kept stride with him, her gaze following his as he looked down to the city below. None of them see the city as it truly is, he said. It was a harsh contrast. Between the vibrant gleam of the towers and the ruddy haze of grays and browns of the city. There were patches of color below, where the richer citizens were able to afford the expense of the constant cleaning and painting needed to fend off the relentless advance of black, but they were few and far between beyond the center of the island. Rarity looked away from the city, up to the unicorn beside her. He was nodding again, to himself more than anyone else.
It sounds like you've spent quite some time thinking about this,
she said. I have, Whitehorn said, still looking down on the city. I think we could make things better, if we had more ponies like you. He turned to her, meeting her eyes. Mares and stallions that understand how far a little generosity can go. Rarity felt her cheeks warming. She took a deep sip from her tea and looked away to the horizon in an attempt to hide her blush.
I would love to help, Whitehorn, but all I have are the bits that Mr. Rich gave me and my hooves. I wouldn't even know where to begin.
He didn't say anything at first. Rarity was just beginning to wonder if he might have walked back inside without her hearing when he finally responded. There's an island to the west of here, Fellas. It's become something of a refugee haven in the wake of some recent calamities, and I've been planning a trip for the past few weeks over there. Rarity tilted her head, looking back to him.
Why do you bring it up, dear?
Perhaps you could come along, he said. You may not be able to write an article on it, but I'm sure the help of a powerful gifted like yourself would be appreciated in the refugee camps. I'll be traveling on a friend's yacht. There's plenty of extra room if you or some of your friends would be interested. Rarity turned to face him fully, confident now in the state of her cheeks, and smiled.
It sounds lovely, darling, but I'd have to talk it over with my friends before I could go gallivanting away to another island.
He shrugged. I can certainly understand that. I won't be leaving for a few days yet, so you have time to think it over. He stepped back inside, raising his voice. Fritzy, give Countess Rarity the details on my Fellas Island trip. Rarity followed him in.
Isn't that a bit premature?
He looked over his shoulder, flashing her a grin. Hardly. If you're interested in coming, then all you need to do is show up on time. If not, well, I'll understand. My door is always open to you either way.
Oh, well, thank you.
Rarity dipped her head.
I suppose I had better get going, though. My friends should be returning from their dive soon, and I'm looking forward to meeting them when they arrive.
Of course, Rarity said. He reached out and grabbed her hoof, lifting it to his lips. A pleasure talking to you, my lady. Rarity's smile widened. The blush had come back.
Likewise. Okay, I think I've got it.
Twilight's quill floated back to the top of the page, ready for the hallowed triple check. She was sitting at an oversized writing desk that she dragged into Fluttershy's suite that morning, and her back was just starting to develop the satisfying ache of too many hours spent hunched over parchment. Her friends milled anxiously behind her, on the very edge of her awareness. She'd wanted to begin her study the instant the Argo made landfall, but her friends had insisted on dinner and a full night's rest. They'd even convinced her to eat breakfast first, much to her chagrin. She had some vague sense that they were watching her like some errant filly, relieving themselves in shifts. They spoke quietly while in the room, though it would have hardly mattered even if they were shouting at the top of their lungs. She had cast a noise-dampening spell on herself hours ago, after all. The 3 salvaged books were all propped up before her, with scrolls of parchment arranged beneath them. She brought one scroll to her eyes with a gentle flick of magic, chewing on her quill. She had synthesized a comprehensive thaumatopsy spell from the various diagnostic techniques in the books, but hadn't quite committed it to memory yet. With her mind refreshed, she turned to Fluttershy's sleeping form, pulling the magic from her own reserves and weaving it around the yellow mare's internal ley lines. Both of their eyes gleamed white as excess magic bled off into the air. Nothing had changed since the last time she checked. Fluttershy was enchanted by a hibernation spell of incredible complexity, wrapped around a plain and simple regeneration. The first mystery was in the design of the enchantment's outer shell. It had all of the redundancies, dead ends, and needless complexities of instinctual magic, and a sort of cyclical architecture similar to what she had seen during her brief interactions with the changeling magic during their attack on Camelot so long ago.
Maybe a side effect of being interred within a cocoon?
It was impossible to verify anything without a test subject. What truly puzzled her was a scattering of aberrations along the outer edges of the shell, spidering the way inwards like cracks in a glass. She'd seen nothing like it before. The cracks were more than an absence of magic. They had a substance to them that warped the spell matrix around them like a great mass warping space around itself. Twilight could only assume that their interference had caused the enchantment to persist even after Fluttershy had been removed from the cocoon. Despite the cracks, Twilight took some comfort in what was otherwise a complex but understandable spell. She didn't want to touch the dark cracks that worried at the edges, but she hoped that they could be worked around. She had already devised a counterspell that, taking into account the warping influence, should fizzle the enchantment along the clean sections, like cutting wood along its grain. Allowing the thaumatopsy to fade, she opened her eyes and reviewed the scroll where she had written the counterspell. It was irritatingly sloppy, stained with revisions and margin comments, so she took some time to create a clean copy on a blank sheet. Everything was in order. She had triple-checked her work, leaving nothing left but to go through with it. There was the usual poll to check over it a 4th time, but she knew that the time investment would not be worth the negligible gain. She'd already done the calculations on that. With a hiss and a pop, her hearing returned to normal. Not that there was much to hear. Her friends were being very quiet. She stood up, stretching her back.
I think...
Her voice cut out as her dry throat rebelled. She paused to gulp down the glass of water that some pony had set at her desk, turning to face the rest of the room.
Okay, I've got it.
It looked like Applejack and Rarity were on break from the vigil. Rainbow was slouched against the doorframe, mouth hanging open as she snoozed, while Pinkie Pie bounced up and down in place beside her.
Oh, I'm so excited! I can't wait to speak with her again and take her to parties and have tea parties. Oh, and to play chess with her and...
Twilight looked up at that.
Chess?
Rainbow startled awake. She stood up, stretching.
What? You sure it'll work?
Twilight gave a tired little nod. Now that she'd pulled herself out of the pile of scrolls and books, the hours without rest were starting to catch up to her.
Don't worry, Rainbow. She'll be fine.
Applejack stepped back into the room with Rarity in tow behind her.
You all about ready to kick this rodeo off, Twilight? I am.
Twilight positioned herself at the base of Fluttershy's bed, open scrolls levitating before her.
You girls can stay and watch as long as you keep your distance.
She squared her hooves and closed her eyes, feeling for the enchantment wrapped around her friend. Much like demolishing a building, the fizzling of a persistent enchantment was a great deal of preparation for just a few moments of action. The trick wasn't in destroying the spell, per se. Any novice magist could smash a spell matrix, give it enough time or power. The difficulty came in doing it so that the spell would collapse inwards, canceling itself out, and ensuring that any leftover magic was dispersed safely. Twilight's horn glowed as she charged her magic, placing her mental chisels as she had calculated at precisely the right points. She took a deep breath to steady herself and released the charge. It was immediately obvious that something was wrong. She had discerned the warping influence of the dark cracks, but there must have been some flaw in her model. Her own magic was pulling tighter around the cracks than she had anticipated. A chill ran down her spine as the dark cracks suddenly lurched into motion, worming their way towards the regeneration at the center of the enchantment.
No!
The distortion could have deadly effect once it reached the healing spell, and Twilight had precious little time to circumvent the issue. She could hear Fluttershy starting to whimper and twitch as the cracks licked at the edges of the regeneration. Twilight grit her teeth, pumping more energy through her horn. It would be sloppy, but it would keep her friends safe from the immediate danger. The other mares let out cries of alarm as the enchantment burst apart into a kaleidoscope of charged magical sparks. They held too much energy to fizzle quickly, and so Twilight drew them all into her own horn, wincing as the wild energy surged through her body. She took deep breaths, calming her racing heart and allowing her body's natural processes to dissipate and contain the surplus energy. Finally, she opened her eyes, hooves trembling, and an oily nausea building up in her gut. It couldn't have been more than a few seconds since she began. Fluttershy looked back at her with wide, trembling eyes. The yellow mare scanned the room, only slightly relaxing as she recognized her friends.
Girls?
She whispered shakily.
What's going on? Fluttershy!
The name came from 4 mouths at once, and soon the room was filled with cheers and shouted greetings. Fluttershy pulled the bed sheets up tighter around herself, letting out a little eep at the sudden cacophony. A hoof slapped Twilight's back.
Ha! Nice one, Egghead! Took you long enough, though.
Twilight looked up at Rainbow blearily, her cheeks bulging.
I need to sit down.
She'd never had this kind of reaction to absorbing wild magic before. Rainbow frowned, leaning back as she looked over Twilight's face.
Twi? You feeling okay? I'm definitely not.
Twilight opened her mouth to voice her thoughts, only to be suddenly interrupted by a spat of high-velocity bile. Rainbow flinched back. Too late. The vomit splashed against her chest, staining the blue fur black.
What the? Twilight!
Twilight's legs finally gave out. The floor rushed up to meet her, the anxious calls of her friends echoing faintly in her ears, and she fell back into the darkness. She floated there, lost in the black. It was cold and quiet, and though she had no sense of time passing, she sometimes felt her body being pushed or pulled by unseen currents. After some eternity, her thoughts drifted lazily back to her, and she wondered if she had finally died. Perhaps the strange cracks had filled her up, eating her own magic from the inside out until she was nothing but a shriveled husk, bundled up on the plush carpet of Mr. Rich's guest suite.
Is this the afterlife?
She had always imagined it to be a happier place, with rolling green fields and sunshine and all of the family and friends that had perished in her absence. Maybe she had been deemed unworthy of that fate, sentenced instead to this infinite nothingness as punishment for her failures. The thought should have petrified her. Yet in her current state, she couldn't seem to muster more than a passing curiosity for the notion. There was another tug at her body, this one stronger than all the others before it. From the corner of her eye, Twilight saw a glimmer of pale blue light, the rays passing by like sunlight filtering through the ocean. It was gone as quickly as it came. It might have been days before the light returned. It was brighter this time, much brighter, and Twilight realized that she was floating in water as cold and dark as that on the bottom of the seafloor. Her fear seemed to catch up with her all at once, driving out the calm serenity that had fallen over her mind. In an instant, she was awake and alert, her heart pounding in her chest and the blood rushing in her ears. She tried to turn to look around, but found that she could not move. She had an instinctive urge to scream, yet she couldn't even make a strangled whimper. She couldn't even open her mouth in an attempt to breathe, even though her lungs burned for lack of oxygen. All she could do was dart her eyes about in a terrified, primal attempt to understand what was happening. She was falling, drifting deeper down into the water. With a muffled thump, her body landed against something hard and flat. The light passed over her again, and Twilight recognized that she was lying upon a familiar-looking wooden floor. Something grabbed at her tail and began to pull. Again, she tried to scream. Again, her body denied her. Warm tears began to fall from her eyes. Cold talons grabbed her legs and turned her onto her back. The light was bright as the sun now, silhouetting the bulky form of a griffin standing over her. She recognized the windows, the jagged hole where the door had been, the shape of the bookshelves hinted at by the way the light fell. She was in her library, now flooded with water. The black shapes of waterlogged books and bodies floated in the water. Aloysius sat on a gently rocking perch by the door, only his eyes visible in the dim light.
Now, what have we got here?
The griffin said, leaning closer. She didn't seem to even notice they were currently at the bottom of the ocean, drowning under thousands of pounds of water.
Help me?
Twilight wanted to say. Her eyes were fixed on the griffin's cool gray pupils. She couldn't look away. Splotches of red floated off her face, and Twilight realized that she was crying tears of blood. The griffin snorted.
Just another unicorn that died alone and worthless.
A single horn came up to stroke at Twilight's horn.
Well, not completely worthless. No! Get away! Help! Sweet Celestial Luna! Any pony!
The griffin held a bone saw in her other talons. She hummed a cheery tune as she set it at the base of Twilight's horn.
Here will end the story of Twilight Sparkle, who died alone when she had no pony left to fail. Please, stop! Stop! I'm sorry!
The grinding of the saw against her horn filled Twilight's ears, even as her head exploded in pain. Chapter 9. The Catch. Rarity was sitting on a cushion by Twilight's bedside, a half-ignored book levitating before her. The Count of Monte Cristo was an old favorite of hers, a tale full of sweeping emotion and yearning romance, and she had been ecstatic when Mr. Rich had shown it off to her during a walkthrough of one of his several reliquaries. An original print, he had said, preserved in an iron lockbox within the wreckage of an ancient equestrian vessel. She hadn't been so crude as to take the withered book itself, but had been quick to have a servant fetch her a reprinted copy from the local library. She was finding it hard to focus on the words, however. Try as she might, she couldn't distract herself from the very pressing issue at Huff. Twilight had collapsed right in front of Fluttershy's bed, and she hadn't woken up for the past 3 days. Even now, she lay twisted up in her sheets, head turning, hooves twitching, and her lips parting to let loose strained grunts of pain every few moments. She would sometimes throw terrifying fits where she screamed and begged for help or forgiveness for a few hoarse minutes, unrelenting no matter how many of her friends came to comfort her. Rainbow Dash was in the room as well, wings working as she paced across the ceiling. Pinky had gone off with Fluttershy for a walk through the estate gardens a couple hours ago, and they had yet to return. The soft-spoken mare had been stricken with a petrifying mix of shock and guilt since waking up. Applejack had meanwhile been throwing herself into helping the crew of the Argo prepare for their next outing, only saying that Twilight would want them to be ready when she woke up. Rarity grimaced, looking over to where she had spread Twilight's neatly penned notes across the writing desk in her quarters. Trying to parse the dense thalamic equations was like diving hornfirst into a slab of concrete. The sparse spellcraft lessons she'd received as a foal were like a desert puddle compared to the vast ocean of Twilight's own arcane knowledge. The best that Rarity could tell her friends was that something had gone awry during the disenchantment, and Twilight had opted to accept the consequences onto herself instead of letting the wild magic travel freely. Rarity had seen unicorns faint from magic overloads before, but never for more than a few hours at a time.
And never with screaming night terrors.
Rarity didn't want to imagine what they would do if Twilight didn't wake up soon. It had been surprisingly easy to keep her fate a secret. Mr. Rich happily believed that she was merely caught up in a pile of books, and Sea Saber had done little more than arch her brow at the explanation. But Rarity feared the illusion wouldn't hold for long. She had been hoping to join Whitehorn on his trip westwards, but perhaps she would instead have to join her friends in vainly searching for some cure instead. She sighed, trying once more to return to her book. There was nothing to do but wait and hope. It was no good. She was so distracted by the situation that she didn't even notice the silence until Rainbow Dash spoke up.
Hey, do you hear that?
She said. Rarity looked up, seeing that Rainbow had stopped her aerial pacing and was now hovering stationary beside the bed.
Hear what, darling? Twilight. She's quiet.
Rarity scrambled to her hooves as properly as she could, letting the book fall to the ground.
I don't want to do this!
I've changed my mind. Let me take you on a journey all the way back in time to early 2022. The date is February 28th, and Game Freak has just released a brand new announcement trailer for the latest Pokemon games. This trailer had everything! A security guard, the Game Freak logo, very fittingly failing to function properly. Promises of wide open areas, Pokemon littering the overworld like in Legends Arceus, 3 FPS windmills, Starly's stupid ass face, amazing graphics. Don't worry everybody, game footage not final. We even got to see the brand new starter Pokemon, one of whom's had their eyes slapped on like some sort of horrible party game.
Poggers!
And last but not least, we even got to see the brand spanking new logos. Maybe least after all. Moly! Holy, these are ugly! Even the Japanese versions weren't saved from Scarlet and Violet's overwhelming blandness. Look at this! This is one of the first things people are gonna see when picking up your game, Game Freak. And you want it to be this? Sure, just let the intern mock him up. 5 minutes in Photoshop, that's all you need. I can make a better logo with my eyes closed. I didn't make this.
But that's it.
The trading card game has their own logos, which look a million times better. Genuinely don't know what happened here. Did they fire their only graphic designer? I mean, trailer after trailer released, one after the other, showing off new Pokemon, more of the region, and even...
Today, we begin the treasure hunt.
Voice acting!
Travel across Paldea. Get to know the region.
Bad voice acting. Why does this old-ass man sound like a 30-year-old? But hey, at least they finally... oh. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise, to be honest.
The rich culture.
Why'd they record this on a PlayStation controller?
That's none of your business.
The final trailer popped up on YouTube right on top of the release dates of the games, which showed off just how much the game had improved in those long, long 9 months.
Where will you go?
I'm going to, kill myself.
What will you achieve?
The backpack here's got more detail on it than the entirety of the overworld. What is this? Anyway, I obviously bought the game because I'm a brain-dead fan who eats up anything with Pikachu's pudgy face in it. Now, why don't we take a little look-see at the box art? Why, it's the bare minimum! What does every Pokemon box art have? The logo and the legendary Pokemon, maybe a fancy background. I don't like it! Pokemon box art is where creativity goes to die. But hey, each box at least tries to do its own thing. Pearl and Diamond has a shiny gloss on the paper, making it stick out a bit. Black and White had the whole contrast thing going for it. X and Y had the letter background. But after that, they all just started kind of blending together. I will say Scarlet's cover is better than Shield's, but... I mean, a turd with sprinkles is still a turd. Taking a look at the back... Wow, that's not much. What, you got 9 words and a couple of pictures here? Look at all that blank space down there. What do you think, people are just gonna buy the game because it's got the Pokemon branding? They would never. Well, might as well bite the bullet and get this video underway. It's been long enough putting it off. At the very least, I bought it physically, so I don't have to worry about downloading anything. We all knew it was coming. Now, I want you to know that I recorded all of this footage right on the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, like right as it came out. So I won't be mentioning any of the DLC until much later on. I've decided, unlike the Sword and Shield video, I will probably be looking at the DLC after I finish the main story, and also what changes between this version and the updated version. So just keep that in mind as we go through. And here we go! Pokemon Scarlet, everybody! Any moment now. Pokemon Scarlet. Oh, I think they sent me the wrong game. This is Pokemon Gray. Now, as much as the little voice inside my head's telling me to pick Italiano, I think it'd be best for everybody if we go with English. But it'd be real funny. After the language selection, we're once again introduced to our character options. Or in other words, hey, you want to be white, tan, or black with the face of a white guy? How lazy do you have to be to not change anything since X and freaking Y? Moly, holy, hair selection, character customization! I very much so enjoyed going through the options here. There's a ton of hair choices with a crap load of colors. So many I don't know why they didn't just include a color wheel. I say that every time. Something to look forward to in Generation 18, I guess. And for the first time ever in Pokemon history, we can customize our facial features. Eyes, eyelashes, eyebrows, mouth shape, freckles. I was genuinely so happy to see this here. Not the freckles, who gives a shit? Just the customization itself. It's one of the coolest things about the game. I will say the cutscenes are a heck of a lot better when your character doesn't look like a reanimated corpse. I decided on a whim to create a brand new character, Mr. Soderbergh. Can't forget to add the beauty spot, just like our favorite gaming sex icon, Mr. Bean. And there it is, our enrollment application at Orangea Academy, or as some pronounce it, cute little desk here. Pokemon Scissors, Pokeball Eraser. It makes me wonder what the real-world equivalent of Pokeballs are. Like, what's something that we have that, like, the Pokemon world doesn't, that's, like, in everything? Microplastics, maybe. Huh. Enrollment complete. It sounds a heck of a lot easier than getting accepted into a school in real life. And then again, my animation school let pretty much anyone in as long as you had the money. Welcome to animation school, Mr. Soderbergh. Have a look around, why don't you? I'm sad to say that that's a true story.
Orangea Academy, taking lesson from tradition, growing stronger and greater. Home to the funky camera transition.
She was smiling at that time, a serene smile that left him uneasy. It was as if he was still playing right into her hooves, right up until the moment her body was crushed.
The time is right, Black Rose.
Toronto thought as he inspected the rest of the ruins. Though nothing was physically different, there was a different charge in the lingering magical aura. A disturbance had occurred here recently, a disturbance that some pony took to great lengths to hide.
Now that she was paying attention, she came to the same realization. Twilight was lying still for the first time in days, her mouth closed, and the rictus of pain on her face fading into something distantly peaceful.
Twilight?
Rarity said, taking a few hopeful steps closer.
Twilight, dear, can you hear us?
No response. Rainbow hovered a little closer.
Come on, Twi. Wake up.
She nudged Twilight with a hoof. Twilight's horn burst into light. Rarity flinched away at the sudden brightness, her horn tingling at the wave of magic. When she looked back, one hoof shading her eyes from the glow, she saw Twilight sitting up in the bed, her eyes glowing with energy.
Luna is back. Celestia has passed on the elements of harmony to a rebellious student and her friends, and the Wolven are attacking. All that's left is...
A fleeting shadow caught the corner of Toronto's eye. He looked behind him, but found no pony there. Still, he could have sworn that he saw some pony. He suddenly felt like he was being watched. With a snort of frustration, he flapped his wings and made his way north. Vanguard bodyguard entered the building where his friends were staying quietly, taking great pains to make sure he didn't wake any pony up. They had more training ahead of them, and they needed their rest. He removed his tramplers before he walked on the wooden floor, setting them aside by one corner of the room. That was where his eyes lingered on a nearby desk. Twilight Sparkle was slumped over it while dozing away. On the desk were Pyre Valor's still open book and a small puddle of melted wax. Shaking his head, he took a nearby blanket with his mouth and gently draped it over her.
Big Black Betty of the apocalypse. There's a knocking in my chest, and I don't know how to feel about it.